Доброе утро, коллеги. Мы рады всех
Good morning,
приветствовать на
dear
Московском
colleagues. We are really
урбанистическом
glad to
форуме.
welcome you all at the
Сегодня
Moscow Urban
мы работаем
Forum.
в режиме онлайн,
We
и
carry out it
наша
online this
сессия,
time,
наша
and our
лекция,
session, our
она
lecture
посвящена
in this morning
городам
is
будущего, о
devoted
чем мы
to
сейчас будем
the
говорить.
cities of the
И самой,
future.
наверное, острой
And
теме
the
тому,
most
как
important
пандемия
topic, how
повлияет на будущее
pandemic would
городов.
impact the future of our cities.
Меня зовут Екатерина
My name
Шапочка, я
is
представляю
Ekaterina
глобальный центр
Shapochkina. I
городов будущего
represent the
BCG.
global center of
И
the
в
future
рамках
cities of BCG
этого
company, and
центра мы
within
ведем
this
глобальную
center we
работу
are leading a global
по
work
тому,
on
как формируется
how
будущее
the
городов
future
в
of
городах
the
мира
cities
сегодня.
is shaped, how
И
cities
я
are
хотела
operated
представить
today.
вам
And I'd like to
Владислава
introduce to you
Бутенко.
Vladislav
Владислав
Butenko.
BCG отвечает за
Vladislav is
глобальную
responsible in
практику
BCG for the global
работы с
practice of
городами.
working
Доброе
with
утро,
cities. Good morning,
Владислав.
Vladislav. Good morning,
И
Ekaterina.
чтобы начать, я
And
приведу
just to begin with, I'd like to quote the visionary Nassim Taleb, who said in March, in the beginning of pandemic, that as a result of pandemic, cities will disappear. Vladislav, do you agree with this statement? Ekaterina, first of all, I have great respect to my colleague, to Nassim Taleb. We once took part in one joint event. We were co-authors there. But I do not agree. The cities will not disappear. But again, at the same time, I would agree that the cities will not be the same as they were before. The cities will change. At the same time, they will change, and I recently discussed one of the mayors this topic too. They will change not in response to pandemic, but also to because this pandemic will speed up the changes which they planned for. The question is how to change them to be better. We all hope that pandemic will go, of course, sooner or later. But on the other hand, pandemic can and be a catalyst to change what should have been changed before. Just recently, BCG, with the involvement of the Global Future Cities Center, issued an article on how cities will change. And Vladislav, probably you can start telling us about it. And I just wanted to ask you to show us and to start with key issues of pandemic and what are key challenges of the city leaders now have, businesses, population. Please, could you start? Yes, thank you, Ekaterina. I'm pulling up my presentation on the full screen. I hope you can see my screen. So you were absolutely right about the questions. I believe some answers are already there, but right yesterday we had a talk with one of top managers of the company which works in big cities. It's an international company, one of the providers, and they have some statistics on cities. And what I told him, that this top manager should revisit the strategy. He asked me why. We generally now understand what a trend is going to be after COVID, and my answer was, yes, probably you can understand it, but the cities don't. Cities right now are revisiting, and some of them haven't even started to revisit this, and they should think what's going to happen in the future and how should they change. What are key questions there? First, cities were hit by crisis equally or not, where specifically, how specifically they were hit and affected. Very big question is around the compromise set off between the focus on the healthcare and focus on the economy. Unfortunately, some cities had to take very hard decisions in this regard. What was done by cities? What was done good? What were the mistakes? And your question and the question of Nassim Taleb, and we have to pay tribute to him. He answered this question very early in February and March, whether COVID will entail a so-called deurbanization or ruralization, negative growth of cities, what will be the aftermath of crisis all over the world. What will be the difference of countries, of highly developed countries, developing countries, what companies should do in this situation. And of course, we can also speculate. We cannot give you all possible answers, but what the future city will look like. I'm sure it will be different. It will change. The questions about trends now, what trends entail the previous pandemic, what trends will keep, will speed up or recover, how business leaders should look at their operations. Should they stay in big cities? Or some of my colleagues say, let's go to the mid-sized cities, don't go to big cities. Or just consider in general some greenfield projects somewhere in free new areas and build everything from the scratch. I will start with the following. There was recently a global conference in Zoom devoted to the management of a few BCG practices in the world. I will live in Moscow, but I'm dealing with the global cities in different parts of the world. And during this conference, we made a comparison how in this difficult year, some people would say that this is the worst year for the humanity, but I don't think so. But nevertheless, the year is really difficult and hard. What was the behavior of different practices during this year in working with different industries and areas? So if, for example, the finance sphere behaved very well, high tech even won out of the situation, and the sphere of agriculture stayed at the same level, but working with cities, of course, was problematic. Why? Because cities now we have understand the cities took the severest impact of pandemic, because pandemic started to develop faster in big cities because the cities are more dense, the density of population is higher, it's obvious, and it led higher spread and faster spread of pandemic. And as we can see in many cities, we see the second wave, whereas in rural areas, when I mention cities, I mean metropolitans, big cities, and in rural areas and small villages, in some of them, well, the second wave haven't even started yet. On the other hand, cities, what is also important, they play a very important role in the economic activities. More than half of the population live in big cities in the world. It's interesting. 200 years ago, in 1810, around this year, there was only 2% of population in the cities. Now 50% of population account for cities, and 80% of the global GDP accounts for big cities. 80%, just imagine. And what we should understand that the topic which the result was hit by cities. So in the cities, it's the situation is harder than in general for the countries. This is one of the most important slides in my presentation. I've already mentioned such tragical and disastrous set of cities had to face, metropolitans of the city had to deal with. I'm not going to say the word compromise, but it's hard to say. This is health, of course, the health of people or economics. This is a trade-off. On the horizontal axis, you see the data as of October 15. We carried out a global survey in the most of big cities in the world. You see on the horizontal axis the figures. These figures show how well cities handled the infection, the total amount of positive cases for 1 million of people. Someone would argue with these figures, but just take a look at this. Per 1 million, how many infected were there at the same date? You can see that some cities in China faced it earlier, other cities later, but in general, we can have a full picture. On the vertical is the expected growth or reduction of GDP. And what is interesting to see here, We have cities with big situations, like cities in Latin America, Buenos Aires, Lima, Sao Paulo, and also some other regions, Brussels and London. They had it very hard from both sides, from pandemic point of view and economical point of view. What was the mechanism here? It's very easy. It's very easy to understand that if we make a quick and complete lockdown very quickly, and probably the spread will go slower. But since people already understood it, working distantly, and not everybody can work distantly, of course, but anyway, people work worse sitting home other than physically sitting in the offices. And we can discuss it later, what were the reasons of that. But it's obvious. So the question is, shall we close the cities? If we close the cities, people will die less and be ill less, but they will be healthy. But if we don't close, but the economics will then drop down. Peking, Beijing, Shanghai are showed good results. Surprisingly enough, in Korea, and Warsaw is also in this quadrant. I don't know why. And there are other cities, like interesting to note. There are cities where there are a lot of positive cases, high morbidity, but not a big impact on economics, like Paris, Riyadh, Tehran. And there are other cities like Washington, which the other way around, the economics is growing faster. There should be Stockholm somewhere. If you look at the median, it's around there in the top left corner. You remember Stockholm, Sweden? They initially said we were not going to do anything. We will wait for the population immunity. But the question probably is what happened with cities which have both bad situation in economics and healthcare, and what are the outcomes. I will cite the example of New York. Around 9 billion deficit of budget. We remember the pictures from March and April, complete lockdown, and when there is lockdown in the States, and not much state support as against Europe or our country. So what happens? Business goes bankrupt. Some restaurants were closing. Like, for example, business don't pay taxes. But New York lives off taxes, and people who live there also live off that. It's very hard now in New York because they should urgently launch new borrowings, and well, in Moscow had it better during pandemic, but also Moscow did this. Then the massive our population in big cities. 110,000 people moved from New York. It's much higher than in 2019, for example. So Nassim was right in some parts. Of course, not all 12 millions wouldn't leave New York, but quite a number of people left the city, and bars and restaurants go bankrupt or close. What is also interesting and important to note that pandemic in general, as often happens unfortunately, is crisis of people. On one hand, poor people and densely living people. In the rural areas, were not hit severely because the spread is slower there. But here in New York, 20 of 125 severely hit index area account for the districts with low incomes. The city, dense population, and low income. Can I interrupt you, Vladislav, here? Probably a few questions just to clarify. Basically, when we were looking at correlation of density and morbidity, we saw that it's not the average density influences the spread of infection, but so-called crowding is important. The average household size, when the districts are famous for the fact that a lot of people live in one flat, this district is hit more severe by the infection. So in this case, I would even argue, and I would say that the average density as is shouldn't play a role over unique criteria anyway. Yes, you're right. Probably. Yes, thanks for your comment. You can go deeper and understand what is density. If you build a skyscraper per square meter, if you make a projection of people who live in this skyscraper, the density per square meter will be very high. But it wouldn't mean that it will be a lot of people per square meter of a flat. In New York, we have wonderful buildings around the Central Park, and there's everything's okay. There could be a flat of 200 square meters, very expensive, of course, but only 2 or 3 people live in this flat. Well, this is the case. The crowding, yes, you mentioned crowding. A lot of other things, like rich people, they understood faster than poor people that social distancing is key, and masks and gloves is needed. Now, so-called COVID dissidents is spread all over the world, and very often these are people with low income, and it is correlated with low education. And again, it hit yes, and we also notice it. It hits people who communicate a lot, who travel a lot, fly a lot. A lot of governors in Russia had COVID. And then very fast, as it used to be, the pandemic goes down to lower levels. What governments do in this situation? I will move on. Government were lost during some period. Then, after 1 or 2 months of this crisis mode, some measures have been designed. First is the support of vulnerable groups of population. Deliveries of food products, like it was in China initially, there was underprivileged group of population received this help. That was for individuals, for local small business, especially in Anglo-Saxon countries. They moved from this baseline, and they say that the liberalism and market should rule, but nevertheless they started to help to support small and medium enterprises, and they may moved away from this statement initially. And in many countries, more in developing countries, the federal governments help cities, as already mentioned previously today. In big cities, especially Anglo-Saxon cities, Anglo-American cities, there was a conflict between normal life of a city, which lives off taxes of individuals, income tax, and property tax, and taxes of small and medium enterprises which are located in this city. And even in some countries, federal governments, despite that they've never had it before, started to help big cities, started to help and support. We should also notice, yes,
Yes, I wanted to also mention here the fact that this pandemic is a rather unique phenomenon. And it's unique because for the first time in our generation, things which connect people, things which make a city a living organism, I mean communication, it became the main obstacle for survival of the city. Is it possible to give some examples from history which would show us how can we move on? Yes, I can give you examples. Any pandemic which we remember about in our history, they lead to the fact that people start thinking a lot. There is a Russian proverb saying that before there is a thunder, Russian peasant guy is not going to cross himself. And we know that cities, they are different from companies. They're different organisms, and for them it's more difficult to change. And there are two reasons for that. On the one hand, it's more difficult to transform a city because a city it's one of the most difficult economic systems in the world. Because city it's just a more complex phenomenon. At a company, a human being is a worker, but in a city, a human person, a human being, he is a part of a family, he is a worker, he is a citizen, and he has a certain level of responsibility. He also is a consumer and so on, entrepreneur. That's why the city is a very difficult system, very complex system. And the second thing, any serious transformations require 10 years minimum. And unfortunately, the management of cities, they are at the helm for 3, 4, sometimes 7 years, very rarely 10 years. That's why it's very difficult to really start major transformations. Just because people who start transformations, they won't see the consequences. And sometimes we need crisis, and we see it in companies as well, to get an impetus to make people think, to make sure that unpopular measures become less unpopular. And many things that we know about from the present example, for example, zoning of the city, or some modern sewage, canalization systems, green zones. These all things are very widespread. Telecommercial systems. So all of these are consequences of uh, the Spanish flu, which took a huge number of lives, which was the biggest actually pandemic. And I think that it has changed our cities a lot. Why telecommerce is the consequences of the Spanish flu? Just simply because people realize that it's dangerous to go shopping. The Spanish flu, it's a terrible disease. It's not just the flu, not just the influenza, but people were dying in cohorts. In the whole village could die out very quickly. It's actually worse than what we see with the COVID. People started getting more cars because people were afraid to go abroad in the streets. They were thinking about buying a car. Green zones, yes, it's understandable as well why people started thinking about greenery more. Another example from Paris. You know this city, probably you've been to Paris or you've seen these beautiful Paris boulevards, for example, Haussmann Boulevard or Champs-Élysées. They were not always there, these beautiful boulevards. How did they come about? Why do we have these beautiful streets in Paris right now? Napoleon III in the year 1850, yes, we do remember that in France, there was a restoration of the empire after several decades after the revolution, and Napoleon III said that Paris should change. Why did he say that? In Paris, it was not possible to live anymore. The buildings were located too closely to each other. Too many people were living there, and every pandemic was spreading very fast. The plague, tuberculosis, and other diseases were spreading very fast. And it's difficult to believe that, but people still were pouring their dirty waters outside in the streets. So it was just dangerous to live there. And rich people started to leave the city. They were going to the south west of the city, which is now the 16th arrondissement in Paris, and it was the city started losing money. Then Napoleon III asked the new governor of the Seine region to have the land reform. They've created a plan, the plan for boulevards, and just in 10 years, the city has changed. They ousted people, they've created this wider streets, and Haussmann, who was the head of this program, he became very unpopular in the city. He lost his job eventually, and we see that he did a very great thing as we assess it now, but the process itself was extremely challenging. We have just 4 minutes left. Please tell me, what is going to happen with the city after the pandemic? What's your vision? As I've said already, of course, we do not have a very clear, unanimous answer, but the cities which have solved some problems in medicine or are trying to overcome the economic shock. Now the cities are thinking about some new plans, and I'll share with you what I know. For example, an inclusive city. That's one of the ideas. You see here on the slide information about the mutual access to all the services. The pandemic made us thinking about building more affordable houses with a good standard of living. Infrastructure which is sustainable to external shocks. Here I do not have a very clear answer. When there was a serious crisis, people started thinking about other possible crises. What if we see a very serious climate change, for example, in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia? Right now, on average in August, the maximum temperature is up to 50 degrees. And in 2 years, we can see the maximum temperature of 55 degrees. Can you imagine what's that if you are in a city? It's just the temperature doesn't let you get out in the street. Suburbs. It's another very important topic, including suburbs. Not always people prefer to live in the city center because suburbs are usually greener, cleaner, and so on. And many people started thinking of not coming for work in the city, like many of us are doing right now. What shall we change from the technological point of view, connectivity, from the point of view of the business processes at companies and sizes of our apartments? All of us during the pandemic realized that our apartments were too small. It's not possible for us to be in our apartments together with our children for longer periods of time. Public spaces, making better public spaces, yes, that's true. Multifunctionality for public spaces. In Paris, there is a concept of 15-minute city. According to this concept, everything you need should be just in a walking distance from your home. In 15 minutes, you should be able to reach your office, school, grocery store, restaurant, cinema, and so on. Cities should be like small towns in themselves. Districts should become like small towns. We have to finish this session. We would like to thank you for your lecture. It was interesting to talk about the history and the future. It's very important to also think about interest of all stakeholders, those who live in the city, and we need to think about some win-win possible situations. We need to make sure that everyone is happy in the city and everyone wants to stay and live in the city. Thank you very much. I do hope that cities will survive, but they will change. They will transform. If there are any questions, if you send them to me, I'll be happy to answer.
Добрый день всем, кто сегодня присоединился к нам на нашу дискуссию, которая будет сегодня посвящена теме цикличности, но цикличности такой привязанной конкретно к урбанистическим каким-то темам. Мы ее так и назвали, зацикленные, да, очень похоже на какое-то название сериала, но тем не менее, сегодняшний вопрос Господи, как-то вот это вот выключить. Вопросы экономики замкнутого цикла на сегодняшний день весьма популярны. О них много говорят, и бывает так,
Talking
что
about them.
за вот каким-то названным смыслом
And
теряется
sometimes,
какая-то ключевая
when
его
there is
наполненность.
an interesting
Потому что
term,
экономика
we
замкнутого
forget
цикла
about the
начинает
meaning.
казаться многим, особенно обывателям,
Because
ну, какой-то
closed
такой
cycle economy for
мантрой, которую
people
кто-то
sounds like
произносит, а как
some
абсолютную
mantra,
реальность, за
and
что-то
they don't know
нереальное,
how
как это
to
можно
understand it,
воплотить.
how can
Неважно,
it be
крупная ты
used
корпорация
for some
или небольшое
practical
малое
purposes,
предприятие.
whether
Это
we are talking
действительно
about a large
большой
corporation
вопрос,
and
о котором
small
сегодня
companies.
предлагаю
And this is
поговорить. И
really
хочу
a
представить
very
наших сегодняшних
topical
гостей
thing to
этой
talk about.
сессии.
And now I'd like to
Начнем
introduce the
с
speakers of this
Патрика.
session. First of all,
Патрик
Patrick
Видеман, генеральный
Wiedemann,
директор Reverse
General
Logistics
Director,
Group.
Reverse Logistics Group.
Патрик, добрый день.
Patrick, good day.
Следующий наш спикер
Our next speaker,
Сампа Хейтан,
Sampa
основатель и
Hetan,
генеральный директор
founder and
компании
General
WIM.
Director of WIM.
Добрый день, Сампа.
Sampo, good day.
Наталья Бенеславская, руководитель
Natalia
отдела
Benislavskaya,
развития
head
IKEA Group
of the Department of
Россия.
Sustainable Development, IKEA Group Russia.
Ну и, как я и обещала Яне, пока мы готовились к этой сессии, наша вишенка на торте, не
And
умаляющая достоинств
we
всех
also
других
have
представленных
another
спикеров,
extremely
Яна
interesting
Синесью,
speaker,
директор по
Jana
установлению развитию
Sinesio,
X5 Retail Group.
Director for
Яна,
Sustainable Development, X5 Retail Group. Jana, good morning.
так, итак, предлагаю построить нашу дискуссию таким
And
образом. У
I
нас с вами
propose a
будет
full
час.
structure
Мы говорим
for
с вами,
today. We
по
have 1
сути,
hour
пятером.
time.
Даже
We are
говорите
5
вы, а
people.
я лишь
You are the speakers
немножечко,
and I'm just the moderator.
как называется, варьирую между
I'm going
вами,
to
расставляю, может быть, какие-то
be
акценты и
here to
контролирую
support
за
you,
тем,
maybe
чтобы
to
он был
highlight some of
эффективным.
the topics,
У каждого из
and
вас
I will
есть
be
что сказать. Вам
managing the
обязательно
time.
сейчас будет
I'm
от
sure
вас
you have a lot to
спросим.
say, and I'll give you the floor a little bit
Буду
later.
задавать вам
I'm
я,
going to
потому
ask
что
you
мы сегодня
questions as
решили
a
о том,
moderator
что
because
вы,
we
они
do
нас
not
не
have the
слушают,
audience
и поэтому
here,
постараюсь быть
and we do
максимально
have
голосом
people
каждого
who listen
слушающего
to the
сегодня в этой
translation, the
сессии или
broadcast.
смотрящего ее в записи, для того, чтобы осветить
That's why I will
возможно
be asking the
возникающие
questions.
вопросы или
But
даже
if
какие-то дополнительные
there are some
самостоятельно
questions, possibly
существующие.
you can
Поэтому
also
мы
ask them
выстроим
online.
так. У каждого из докладчиков будет примерно
Every
10
speaker
минут для
will
того,
have
чтобы
10 minutes
рассказать
to
о том
present
кейсе,
their
который
topic, to present their
успешный,
case,
неуспешный, может быть,
success
есть плюсы,
or
может быть, есть
failure,
минусы, может быть,
maybe
есть
some
выводы,
advantages and
сделанные при
disadvantages,
реализации какого-то
or
кейса на
some
будущее, да, для
conclusions
того,
that you've
чтобы
made for the
осветить сегодня
future.
нас слушающим людям, компаниям, представителям этих
And then
компаний, о
everyone
том,
who is
как
listening
вы
to
дошли до этой
us
жизни, да,
today
как
will
вы стали
know
такими
more
зацикленными
about
и
your
на чем
success.
конкретно
They will
зациклились
know
вы.
about this
Вот
cycled
предлагаю
economy,
вот так вот,
and
да,
they will
сегодня
know more
порассуждать. Патрик,
about your
хочу начать
practical
с вас.
experience. Patrick, I'd like to
Еще
start
раз
with
вас
you.
тогда представлю. И дальше, конечно, хотелось бы понять,
And my question to you is the following.
конкретно вы реализуете
Tell us
принципы
about
устойчивого развития.
your
И
implementation
чуть-чуть
of
вперед
sustainable
сразу
development
хочу
principles.
прокомментировать и заодно спросить. Я просто знаю, что у
I
вашей
do know
компании был
that your
опыт
company had some
выхода на
experience
российский рынок.
with
Вот
going to the
вопрос
Russian
по сути
market.
России, и мы
We
говорим
are
о
in
том, как
Russia now,
нам
and
это
we are
запустить, потому
talking
что та мировая
about
тенденция, которая есть
the
сегодня,
lessons which we
это
can learn
говорят о том,
for
что линейные
our
принципы не
country.
работают, да.
The global experience says that
Население
linear
растет,
principles, they do
потребление, к
not
сожалению,
work,
тоже.
population is
Есть
growing,
разумная цель,
consumption is
которая,
growing,
помимо всех прочих,
and some
является
reasonable
среди общих
goals
целей
which we have among other sustainable development goals. This is rational consumption, rational manufacturing. That sounds like something highbrow, but how do we implement it in practice? In practice, we see that for years we've been getting the habits, and it's difficult to forget about those habits overnight, not because we are not conscientious people, because we don't want to be good citizens, but simply because there are some events and it's difficult to forget about everything that we have in our life. Patrick, the floor is yours, and give us some comments about your experience in Russia.
Well, Natalie, thank you very much, and great pleasure being here, and welcome everybody here. And yeah, for the opportunity of us from RLG sharing our experiences so far, being since more than 2 decades or mid of the 90s, starting to implement reverse solutions. And yeah, I'm very happy to share our experiences that we have made, with also the focus on how can change really happen? How is that possible to implement stronger circular economy approaches? And as you rightly pointed out, Natalie, it's about how are we able to engage the consumer? How can habits be changed in that way? And definitely this is something that is necessary to achieve, because if we're not able to change habits, we won't succeed in here. And this is something where we need everybody's support and help. And let me just share my screen here to give you an overview. And I've chosen principally a few examples of how we are able to get to that point of changing habits. And if you look into principle the situations of in Germany back in the 90s, or in I would say in Russia still today, and many other parts of the world in the same way, that waste management, and I don't want to even call it really management, it's a waste disposal, so far is easy in the way of saying everything gets collected more or less in one bin. You got to make sure that you get it out of the way. People want to get rid of things, and the simplest way is just all in one bin, put it on a truck, drive it to a landfill, or drive it to an incinerator, and get rid of the waste. Well, obviously, from what we believe what a circular economy should be, and recapturing the resources, and we all do know we live way beyond the capacity of our planet already. So we need to change those habits in coming into a much more future-oriented part of making our planet greener and reusing those resources, which means we cannot just landfill them or cannot just burn them in here. But then we come to the point of like, well, how can we get from that simple solution all in one bin now, especially, and just looking at Moscow as one of a mega city in here, of how can you make that change management going forward? Because suddenly it really becomes a much bigger challenge than just managing it in a simple way, because you've got infrastructure constraints, you've got traffic constraints, you've got obviously large space constraints around there. And through this, you need to think about complete new mechanisms, how to get to a waste management that works more efficient and in a better way. And based on this, I've prepared 3 sample slides principally to walk through the topic here and get to the point of how this change can happen. And in principle, we have to say new technology, digitalization is very clearly an enabler to come to much more efficient setups and processes, to come of what I show here of how to manage that complete cycle from a consumer or a collection point all the way through the logistical processes of sorting and consolidation, then into either reuse streams of refurbishment and remarketing if it is reusable products, or to the point of having a material recovery in a proper recycling process to be set up. And what we clearly believe here is you need to get to an end-to-end approach in that part. You need to understand how to manage the collection. This is where it starts. How to make that a very data-driven process, and this is how we operate in our systems in here to say you're using apps as interfaces in here to start an order of a pickup, for example, not just have standardized milk runs, but do dynamic milk runs that optimize the logistical processes in here that help you to cope with the thing of what are traffic times and so on, when is the easiest way of picking up bins, have predictive algorithms that help us to learn out of the data when is a bill potentially full at which area, and mass data and smart data today allows us to do that in a very good manner to come to really an agile and a real-time dependent service that will help us to cope with, as I said, the infrastructural constraints that we do see in mega cities. And then going forward, you need to understand your mass flows, you need track and trace mechanisms behind that, and you need to understand the quality of the material. And this is where this end-to-end comes in as a very important element, because you might be able to do further segregation and spend more cost at the front of the collection versus knowing that you get a much better quality of materials. And looking at resource efficiency, we want to achieve what we would call minimum recycling or even an upcycling, and definitely not a downcycling, which still happens in most of the countries around the globe at this point of time, because commingled material has contaminations and stuff. So even if you have recyclable material, the recycling and recovery percentage still remains low because the quality of the collected material is not on the level that you would need it, for example, for food packaging to become food packaging again, due to the hygienic requirements and so on that are behind that. So it's really into understanding all these moving parts, understanding the costs in the process, understanding the values that you get out of it, to through this achieve, first of all, a process that works at all, but at the same time a process that really ensures the lowest cost of ownership, because we all know in the end it has to be an efficient process as well. Because I'm a true believer of saying sustainability in itself also needs to be financially sustainable. It doesn't help if things are only cost in that part. We need to come to models that economically also work out, and they do work out. So this is nothing that bites itself or is excluding itself. And another part is there is infrastructure today in place. That infrastructure is useful. You might need to use it in a little bit a different way, but definitely it is there, and all the systems that you're looking at need to be inclusive of that whole thing. And coming to our experience, when we were looking into the Russian market ourselves a couple of years ago, well, we principally failed in that part of feeling that the way the waste management was set up is still done very, very traditional, and people who have certain vested interest in doing the business the way they do it at this point of time, and that there was a lack of seeing the opportunity how this can be changed, and even maybe also the pressure and the need and understanding for this not being so high and the awareness needed, that we at that point said we think it's a bit too early to now really successfully be able to make that transition and transformational process at that time. But well, we all know how quick the world is developing, so we are very happy to look into this again, knowing that there is quite a potential and at the same time, I think also quite a need for new sustainable solutions to be built up. Going forward a little bit more into details of how can we collect certain specific materials in here? And one part is that if you go into serialized tracking management and put a deposit mechanism behind it, we know it, for example, in Scandinavian countries and in Germany with beverage packaging. This is a model that has shown to achieve, through that incentive of deposit, very high collection rates of very good material quality at the same time. But to bring this to a next level and to really be able to deploy that in a mega city in the proper manner with, again, infrastructural constraints, we believe smart DRS as being the next level of DRS systems in here, with serialization being used, is ensuring that you can enable a collection infrastructure beyond retail that will still deliver in a much higher convenience the same material quality and achieving the same goals in a more efficient way and in a fraud protected way, because again, we know deposit systems always, there's a lot of money in the game with the deposit amounts, so there is a vested interest of certain people to try to get money out of the system and have fraudulent activities. So we think, and we have developed technology that allows us to also control that process securely while having certain packaging materials collected in a very good manner. And the last example and the thought point also for the discussion session today is looking into new developments, new areas of mobility. And we all know we're talking about e-vehicles and electromobility going forward. And there's a huge push around the globe from a CO2 perspective. But I think, again, this is a part that has a huge relevance when it comes to resource management. We know how much more materials we will need to produce all these batteries, and we know again there's limitations. So we need to come to again a circular approach right from the beginning to make this a sustainable effort and make electric mobility real economical viable throughout the whole process, and think it already right from the beginning, which will mean again the digital platforms will be enabler. Digital battery passports will help us to overcome the barriers that we have in current battery management, where there's a very low value retention throughout, again, downcycling that is happening. And we need to look into how can we make this better? How can we collect data of the product at the right time of the product lifetime? That will also help to engage all the people that are in the process and that are part of that reverse chain to really close the loops, and through this come to a productive reuse cycle of products, and at the very end, a very productive recycling management that enable us to recover the resources that are in these batteries. And yeah, I think a huge opportunity looking into that new market coming up if we do it in the right way from the beginning. And with this, thank you for the opportunity and looking forward to the discussion throughout the session.
Thank you very much, Patrick. It's a great pleasure that the key point of your whole today's micro presentation was finance, because for some reason many people perceive the topic of cyclical economics and separate garbage collection through the prism of activism or non-commercial movements like clean water, clean air, but no one mentions that this is a business, and every business should be analyzed, calculated, and as you correctly mentioned, this basis for management of waste, efficient waste management, should be put on analyzed ground. And so I'd like to ask you a question. Do you plan to come back to Russia? You mentioned that at that time some solutions were preemptive and probably too early because not everybody was ready. But how do you evaluate today the current situation in Russia?
No, definitely, we are highly interested to come back into the market and start activities here. The key evaluation point really for us is in how can we prepare the ground in the right manner, because to make that change happen, it needs a collaboration of various stakeholders, and definitely it needs the support of the regulators to get to a level playing field for all the actors. And yeah, extended producer responsibility schemes are a proven concept in many other countries to be the possibility to get the ground to then implement such systems and foster the change to happen. And this is the evaluation for us of seeing how can we jointly with the regulators, us not as lobbying for this, but us as giving our experience and advocacy about what works and how does it work, to then find suitable solutions that will also work in the Russian market.
As far as I understand, the regulator, it is really important from the point of view of visualization of you and your services. And factually, everything else will be connected with the efficiency and attracting you, involving you as and adaptation of processes and just keeping the business sense, something like that. You mentioned e-vehicles and cars, and today it's very hard to imagine a city without cars in general. Understanding how negative, apart from the pluses, how negative impact cars bring to the environment. But we cannot get rid of them, but probably we can try imagine our car in someone else's hands. And I'd like to give the floor to Sampo Hietanen, who will tell us about the service which presents the company he founded, and he will explain us what is car sharing today and how shared cars would help to reach the sustainability goals and cyclical goals in cities. Sampo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honored to be here. So I take a bit of a different angle to circular economy and how it works and how it will actually affect in the cities in the future. Sorry about that. Can you see my screen now? Just a second. Let me try again.
Сампо, если вы хотите, у меня есть ваша презентация.
Sampo, if you like, I have your presentation and I can pull it up for you on the screen.
All right. Let's see which one is faster. I should be on it.
Mm-hmm.
Something went wrong with the computer. This is really good for a startup CEO that something goes wrong with the. Let me try again now. Oh, now, can you allow me to share again? Is it no? Are we on?
Yep.
All good? All right. A bit more than just car share. I'll tell about a concept called mobility as a service, which is nicely, as I've seen also in some of the Moscow and St. Petersburg and in many of the Russian cities, politics also moving forward. What it is about is how the world of mobility will be disrupted, and this is what I'm trying to present. And to me, at least, it is about asking a question of what can we do to actually compete with cars. In previous discussion or previous presentation, we asked about it has to be about business. The same applies actually to the disruption of mobility. But this business is a B2C business, because the question is more about what do we have to do to actually compete in the minds of people about what would be better than owning a car. And this has to do with our individual freedom. And since car is an individual thing that we all have, we have to come up with something better, not just in the minds of, and I'm a transport engineer myself, and we tend to, as transport engineers, we tend to want to rationalize this. If the world was given to us as transport engineers, I would put everyone to walk to metro station, then use this one, then use that one, exactly as I say. But sadly, people don't work that way. That's why they buy their cars, even though it's not really rational. I'll tell an example of Tokyo. In Tokyo, which is a megacity like Moscow, over 50% of the cars are used less than once a week, less than once a week. And that sounds like, whoa, these people are silly. Why don't they use it this and this? But the right question we should be asking, what do I have to promise here to all of you in the audience that you would give up your car? And of course, business-wise, give me the same money. And the answer is we have to be able to guarantee that you can go anywhere, anytime, just on a whim, which means that we have to have public transportation in the same convenient app. We have to have car shares. We have to have car rentals. We have to have ride hails. We have to have bikes, micromobility, everything in one. And actually with a service guarantee that we can really take you there, really open all of those services to people. Now, I'm claiming that for both for circular economy and sustainability, this is the biggest question of our times. Why? We're talking about an industry that for people, it's 10 times as big as this. And the disruption in mobile world or telecom was a big thing, but people spend 10 times more in actual getting around. So we are talking about a $10 trillion market. 76% of that market is lying on that car, a car that is used only 4% of the time, completely underused assets. So it is quite obvious that this will be disrupted one way or another. Someone will crack this formula, but not without giving people the sense of freedom and choice and individuality, what car brings us as sort of a freedom enabler. But putting all together, we can do it. Sustainability, by 2030 in Europe, 40% of all carbon emissions are coming from transportation. It is the only industry in the world that has not improved since the 90s, even though we've seen that the cars have developed quite a lot. This is, of course, not doable anymore. We understand that. At the same time, we made a big survey in European cities. 38% are actually willing and waiting for a solution to replace their cars. That means today, we have 70 million cars waiting to be replaced. So there is an answer to this. There is an answer that doesn't actually take that much. What we have to do is utilize the assets that exist. So like I explained in the previous slide, if we put, and this you can ask yourself individually, if we put, if I tell you, in the whole of Russia, not just in Moscow, not just in St. Petersburg, you can hop on any bus, any train, any Yango ride, any other taxi, any car share, any car rental, any scooter, any bike, and that would be even less of a cost than your car. Would you give up your car for that? Or what if I tell you that not just in Russia, I will give you roaming of the whole world? So when in New York, just hop on a taxi, hop on a subway, hop on anything you want, and with the same price as your car, would you be able to give up your car? Or if even on top of that, I guarantee that when you do need the car, I'll give you a better car than what you actually can own at the moment. The good part of this is that the pieces are there. Everything that we need to make this happen in Moscow, in Jakarta, in Santiago de Chile, they do exist. All we have to do is use the digitalization, the digital means to combine all of them and really start competing against car ownership. That is what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sampo. Very interesting. Indeed, people in cities, in big cities, ask themselves more and more this question, not only as regards cars, but such demanded service as furniture rental for your rented flat. Instead of buying furniture, you can rent it, and it's also a rational step which you can calculate. You are absolutely right. Today, car owners sometimes face the problem of of the impossibility of use your car, calculating the time which they normally don't have enough, and we start pressure our time more. and we start measuring time, and we try to roll over it to our gadgets, try to optimize as much as possible both our time and our environment, our space. And by cleaning up this space, we try to analyze pluses and minuses here, and this level of mobility by keeping individuality, as you clearly stressed in your presentation, would be great. And I'd like to move from mobility to a different plane, a different kind of question that to introduce our third speaker.
Now I'd like to present Natalia Benislavska, our third speaker. She works for IKEA Russia, and she is working for a rather cutting-edge company which started introducing recycling and sustainable methods very long ago. I had a lot of projects with IKEA. We were implementing some of the new initiatives together, and I'd like to Natalia to talk us about them, because everyone can take a decision, can take a justified decision by calculating its economic efficiency. Natalia from IKEA, you have a great case about furniture. I think it's really amazing. We used to be less mobile. We were not moving houses so often before. But now, if you move into a new apartment, that's the normal thing. When we move, we always think whether we should buy or whether we should use our existing furniture. That's great if we have a choice to simply rent furniture. And your case about furniture is absolutely unique. You also have some projects which help people to get rid of old furniture by saving the environment. I would like to ask you to tell us more about them. Natalia, good day. Thank you very much for introducing me. I'm very happy to be here speaking after Patrick and Samper, because my topic is connected with what they were talking about. And I'm going to talk about closed cycle economy and the way we implement such economy at IKEA, about our aspirations and about implementation of this idea, and about the sharing economy too. I do hope you can see my presentation now. Yes, we can see it. Great. Each big company, any big company, in our view, especially big companies, they should be going into sustainable development. It's just a hygienic factor, because we think that when there is a volume, there is responsibility. We consume 1% of all the wood in the world and 1% of all the cotton in the world. I'm an IKEA company, and this makes us responsible for all of our processes, and we are happy to be responsible, to take on this responsibility. First of all, I'd like to say a couple of words about our sustainable development strategy. This is something which is like a foundation for all of our actions. We have three subdivisions of this strategy. First of all, healthy and environmental family life, household life. We are helping our consumers to be more environmental friendly through our products and services. Second stream, that's caring for the environment and closed cycle economy. We want to be an environmental company. We have energy saving initiatives and so on. The things which we produce our products from. And the third stream, that's equal opportunities and fair treatment of our employees. Today we are talking about the cycled people, the cycled processes. So I'm talking about our manufacturing processes and about our sustainable development principles. In Russia, 3 years ago, we decided in our sustainable development initiatives to focus on the closed cycle economy. This is something that we want to promote here in Russia, and we've started doing it quite actively. So we are interested to moving from mass consumption to mass cycled economy, closed cycle economy, because overconsumption it's one of the major challenges in the world and in Russia especially. When we are talking about environmental household activities, here we can mention several main goals, which are major goals. The first one is the goal to inspire our consumers. We want them to be the part of our processes. We focus on closed cycle consumption and shared consumption. First of all, we have lots of goods which help our consumers to have environmental friendly processes at home. They are products for recycling at home. We help them to make these processes beautiful, inspiring. We have different solutions for very different types of premises. We want our consumers to be happy about starting this recycling at home. Besides, every product that we manufacture takes into account sustainable design principles. I don't want to go into very technical details, but information is here on the slide. We want all of our products to have some standard components, and as a result, we will be able to adapt them for new lifestyles of our consumers. We have teams of people who think about making our products not just beautiful and functional, but also sustainable. Another important part of this process is the fact that we have a lot of people who are thinking on how to make products from recycled materials. And in Russia, we've made a good progress here. Around 10% of IKEA products, including products in Russia, they are already made from recycled materials. And if you pop into any IKEA store, you will see posters about it. We are very actively communicating with our consumers, telling them about what we do. And by 2030, we want to make sure that all the materials that we use for manufacturing is a recyclable or is as such a recycled material. As for closed cycle services, we have a new concept according to which our consumers will be able to mend or renew products they have. If they didn't manage to continue using it, we'll give them an opportunity to share or to sell this product. And if not, they will be able to submit it for recycling. This is a part of the reduce, reuse, recycle principle. And in September, we were happy to start this network of services which will help our consumers, before sending a product to a landfill, think several times what could be done with this furniture. Mend, restyle, sell, give for free, sell to IKEA. So there are different options what they can do about their products. And I'll tell you more about an event that we've organized. We decided not to organize Black Friday, but we had environmental Friday instead of the Black Friday. And during a week, from the 24th of December till the 3rd of December, we were accepting from our consumers furniture in good condition through our discount department. And we were giving them more than 60% of the price of this furniture. The service is there, but during this period, the payback was high. A huge number of people used this service during a week. More than 8,000 objects were reused and they found some new owners. As for recycling of furniture, it's a really very problematic issue because until recently there were no companies which could recycle furniture. So we couldn't find any contractors for us. But we were interested in starting this process. Furniture for us is the heart of our business model, and we knew that our consumers needed a service. And we started a pilot project in St. Petersburg. We were accepting furniture, any type of furniture, not only IKEA made, from consumers, and then we were sending it for recycling to our factories, and it was the basis for the manufacturing of new pieces of furniture. It was just a test, and now we plan to open such points of accepting furniture in a larger number of in a larger number of cities. And we actually managed to produce a significant amount of furniture. This was a good scale for the test project. As for our internal processes, we always strive to minimize our influence on the environment, and we were interested in the closed cycle economy part of this thing. We wanted to share you the situation with the recycling at IKEA, because of course if you are telling somebody about environmental life, we should become environmentally friendly ourselves. We're actually doing a lot already. 72% of all the waste is recycled at IKEA. This is actually for retail a record. Natalia, you wanted me to share some figures. So here figures are very attractive. And I do encourage all the companies to recycle internally, because here we have very interesting financial benefit. We really get around 40 million rubles per year due to recycling our materials. And this is a great financial bonus for us. It's not only environmentally friendly, it's also financially profitable. We also are interested to turning these materials back into our products, because I think it's a very good case for other countries, because we have very high requirements for manufacturing, and I think that if we manage to do it within IKEA, this will be easily replicated to other companies. And I tell you about some specific examples. So first of all, there is one cycle, cardboard and paper, which is produced as the waste in St. Petersburg store. We use them for producing 5 or 6 types of boxes, IKEA boxes, and they are all made from waste paper and cardboard. Chipboard. There are also some chipboard waste, and we turn it into IKEA furniture at the Istra factory in Russia. And another example, cardboard angles, they are here on the right side. This is part of packaging which is protecting pellets from some blows during transport. transport. We had some problems with this packaging because it's difficult to recycle it. We had to always just send it to the landfills, but then we found one contractor near Solnechnogorsk. This supplier and contractor agreed to recycle our angles, and they even created some special product for us. I call it a filler for packages. You see, on the right, on the bottom, that's protection for fragile products which we send to our consumers. And it means that the products are protected, but besides, we managed to use this cardboard for the second time. We also have stretch film. It's also sent for recycling, and our contractor produces new film, so this is 100% recyclable product. Usually, closed-cycle economy products, they have zero profitability, but here in this example, we save around 30% when we pay for new film. So we are managing to save 30%. It's really a very good result for us. Next example, bottles, which we receive from our consumers in Mega and IKEA. And this bottle can be used for producing lots of other products, for example, the fillers, which you see here on the slide. Another example, paper glasses. They are a pilot project in Khimki, a store in Russia. Actually, paper glasses, paper cups, they are not recycled, unfortunately. But we managed to change this, and our contractor produces paper cup holders for hot glasses, which are also here on the slide. I'd like to thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer your questions. You've actually answered your question. This is profitable. That's not just about saving the environment. It's just about creating a better image and improving the credibility. But you also manage to earn money. You are not wasting resources, natural resources, and you are not blowing significant damage to the nature. And this case about paper cups is absolutely unique because these paper cups, they are actually a hated thing if we're talking about environmental friendly processes. But in the city, it's just not possible to see a person who doesn't use paper cups. But unfortunately, it was not possible to find some paper cups which could be recycled, which are just for one-time use. But you've changed that. And if we are talking about different types of services, I would like to present our last speaker, who will be our fourth guest for today, Yana Sinescu, Sustainable Development Director at X5 Retail Group. Yana, tell us about things that you do at X5 Retail Group. Of course, all of your supermarkets are around the cities. So many people use your services, your shops. But what kind of solutions do you propose to your consumers? Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I think that this week is very interesting because there is a number of sustainable development events this week, and I'm invited a lot, and it means that the topic of sustainable development is in high demand. Maybe not everyone knows about X5 Retail Group, but it's actually the largest a retailer, a food retailer. We have three main brands: Перекресток, Пятерочка, and Carousel. I think you know these shops, you know these brands. We have more than 17,000 shops, and more than 14 million people on a daily basis visit our shops.
And answering to your question, why it is important for the company, for us, it's absolutely important. We set it as a strategic priority for us a few years ago because we understood that our scale and our responsibility for the society, for the environment, is absolutely huge. We must look in this direction. We, as market leaders, always set the pace, and we have to promote the industry to the right direction. Just 2 years ago, we designed our sustainable development strategy, and we put at the basis the global sustainability goals of till 2030. We did a great job to understand what of those goals are really relevant and important for us and can give a biggest contribution. To do this, first and foremost, we contacted our buyers, our customers. We went to regions. We have active interactions with our customers. We worked a lot, and we had a lot of brainstorming sessions with our partners, suppliers, and other stakeholders. And based on this work, we determined that we have four main sustainable goals where we can make biggest contribution. This is the community goals, local community support programs. This is the healthcare goal, supporting healthy lifestyle, healthy products, bioproducts. This is the goals in our personnel. We have 1,300,000 employees. We should provide them equal conditions. And the fourth goal, it's a comprehensive goal of planet. I'm going to stop a little bit on that. And here is first and foremost about the support of responsible consumption. If we speak about circular economy, in our understanding, of course, the main goal is to minimize waste or zero waste even. And one of the ways to achieve this is a multi-way package. We have a few initiatives in that. First of all is our multi-use package. If you come to Перекресток, or you can buy bags for multiple use. And moreover, if you come to weights, to scales, you can have a special bags, special net bags, which you can use every time you want to weigh something and buy fruit or vegetables. If we compare statistics from 2019 and 2019, the amount of multi-way bags bought was around 2 million. And if we take 2 quarters, the first half of the year 2020, this was already 3 million. People have become more and more responsible, and our people vote with their money for responsible and rational use of resources. And on our side, we try to enhance it, to support it. We give additional points on loyalty cards for these purchases. If we speak about reduce of waste, going to the landfills, here we work a lot with our packaging. The packaging which the consumer gets is, first of all, it's the recycled packages from our bags. In every store you come and buy a bag on the cash desk, for 30% it contains recycled plastic. 6 months ago, we started a pilot to understand how such bags are in line with the quality and requirements which our consumers want to see. The last thing you want that it bag breaks when you buy your food or other products. We had to test these bags, whether it's resilient and high quality. We did 3 pilots in Moscow. And we got not only positive reaction in terms of quality, but we even got some support, and that this is a environmental friendly bag. Now we changed the requirements to all our suppliers, and in all Perekrostok stores, around 1,000 stores for the moment, our bags contain 35% of recycled plastic. Another good example is our baskets. In all new concept stores of Pechorachka and Perikostek, plastic baskets which you shop are made of recycled plastic. After we dispose it, we recycle, and the recycle is ended in our stores again. Another very important area is creation of the collection infrastructure. It is a very important topic we are part of, and there are two good initiatives which I wanted to tell you about. First of all is the taking the packaging for recycling. A lot of our consumers and the audience have seen such pendomates or machines which collect aluminum and plastic bottles and cans, and it helped us to increase the awareness of this recycling and motivate our clients. If you place a bag there, they get a discount, a coupon for some goods in the store. Just recently, we introduced another type of these machines in Perikostek, where you can bring your toothbrush. Toothbrush should be replaced after a few months of use, and it would not be good to throw it out all to the landfills. So now we especially have machines where you can bring your used toothbrush, which will be sent for recycling. The second important area in terms of the infrastructure development, in the terms of collection, is a service which is provided by Perikostek.ru. When you order food or products for Perikostek.ru, the courier can bring your foods and can take back your plastic packaging for utilization, for recycling and disposal. And on this slide, we show the statistics. For 10 months of 2020, we collected 1 ton of plastic bags, which means around 125,000 pieces. And it's not the point to stop, of course. We will move on. About our own operations, a few words. We want to be as efficient as possible here, of course. The whole packaging which comes from our operating activities, the whole packaging which can be recycled is recycled. For example, in 2019, we sent more than 590 million kilograms packaging for recycling. 370 of it is cardboard, polyethylene, and plastic boxes, and 220 million are pellets. Inside our operations, we are strongly focused on clear and efficient production, and we do our best to use as much as possible our pellets, our packaging, so multi-way pellets is our main focus. If we speak about food waste, just recently, we've launched a new initiative, which is now getting a lot of support in our country. Both Pechorachka and Perikostek started a project of handing over goods which are still inside the lifetime, but they lost their good appearance to use in some farmers. Around 200 farmers get it from us to food their animals and then to dispose it. In 2019, we handed over 45,000 tons of unsold products to farmer facilities, agriculture firms, and this is a brand new initiative of ours which we want to roll out and scale up. If we speak about plans of the disposal development and recycle development and reduce of waste, here we have three main plans. First, of course, we plan to continue growing the share of recyclable goods up to 95%. We also want to increase the number of products sent for recycling, the products which are still sellable but lost their appearance up to 45%. By 2030, we want to make the volume of disposed products is 40%. And the final one, the very big goal and very big area, is to increase the share of STM goods, of private label goods, up to 50%. And the packaging issue is very important issue, by the way, and the first retailer, food retailer, which published own recommendations on what is a responsible packaging, because there is a responsible packaging, disposable packaging, or recyclable one. It helps a lot from the point of view of ecology. And together with all the participants of the value chain, producer of raw materials, packaging producer, FMCG companies, recyclers, we verified what is a responsible packaging, and based on that, we integrated it in our policy. Now we have an active dialogue with our partners, how they could improve their packaging, what they can do in this area, and what some support is lacking to make sure that there will be a responsible packaging on the shelf. Thank you very much, Jana. You all have very extensive presentations, and from all of you, from each of you, dear speakers, in the end, which we're approaching, I wanted to hear just one statement: what is needed and why it is extremely important not to leave ideas of cyclical economy, of the closed loop economy, but in fact, every one of you already answered this. And Sambo speaking about individuality and economical ability and profitability and keeping mobility. And Natalia speaking about those services which allow people to be involved and responsible. Jana, you involve people. You are a communicator between suppliers of your goods, which you later on sell to people. And Patrick, of course, who basically set the pace and set the tone for this discussion that waste management is not just something turn something not useful to a useful thing, but efficient management of a new resource. On that point, I'd like to finish our session, since we are absolutely now fine with time, which was given to us for this discussion. And we did our best to tell about our great experience, and this is wonderful. Thank you very much to all of you, and for everybody who listened to us. Let's get on the loop together. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, dear friends, dear participants, dear partners, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to this virtual session on voluntary local reviews, next steps for a sustainable urban future. I shouldn't even say virtual because that's the way we do things these days, right? So it's a real pleasure and a real honor for me to be here. This session is organized by UN Habitat and the Moscow Urban Forum. And I would really like to thank the Moscow Urban Forum on behalf of UN Habitat for this wonderful partnership and the joint work that has led us to hold this very important session, despite the extremely challenging year and extremely challenging circumstances that we faced in 2020. A bit of housekeeping. First of all, this session is being broadcasted on Room 1 of the Moscow Urban Forum website. Simultaneous translation is available in English and in Russian. And we will have a chance to have some questions and answers from the public. We're going to open the floor. So for those that are following live from the website, don't hesitate to submit your questions to the speakers. I will take them up as best as time will allow and pose them to all our speakers today. And this is a brilliant panel. So, feel free to ask them difficult questions. Today's panel brings in very, very different and very interesting experiences. In my role at UN Habitat and my engagement on this voluntary local reviews process, I've had a chance to listen to many of these and learn from many of these experiences: Hawaii, Helsinki, Barcelona, Rio, and together today, I hope collectively we will learn more from them about what worked for them, what didn't, what processes the VLR has triggered within the local administration, the local community, and how the VLR could be a tool to support recovery from this pandemic, which is really the big elephant in the room going forward. We have to leapfrog to a different future, a more resilient future. And how can the VLR be an instrument in that process? And I hope ultimately we will inspire many, many other local governments, regional governments to join this VLR movement. For UN Habitat, the VLR really is a very important instrument that serves multiple purposes beyond the monitoring and reporting function. We see VLRs as a multidimensional tool touching upon all key elements of the SDG implementation process. They have the potential to foster awareness, to build engagement and advocate around the SDGs. They can help break administrative silos. We have many city representatives here. I hope they will speak to this breaking silos, dimension of the voluntary local reviews. They're also a tool for strategic planning and prioritization. Where should you be putting your investments to get the maximum impact on the SDGs? Fundamentally, that is the question. And I think on a global scale, the VLRs amplify local government voices in the international arena on the Agenda 2030 and are becoming an important vehicle, an important instrument for this conversation between multiple levels of government. So I think that's also very important. With this in mind, UN Habitat supports the VLR movement in many different ways. One is, of course, we support them through direct technical assistance to a number of cities on building up the VLR reports through a very, very robust methodology. But also we lead the development of normative guidance of resources, pulling together all these rich experiences and somehow collating them, consolidating them, and sharing them more widely. We've already published a first volume of these comparators with UCLG, and we're on to develop a second, which actually talks about a very interesting dimension, which is the link between the VLR and the VNR. And I hope that some of you will address that in this conversation today. We're also looking at particular tools and resources around VLRs and COVID-19 recovery, VLRs and gender. And I think this is really one of the most exciting pieces of work, new pieces of work that we're doing at UN Habitat, and I'm very, very proud of that. Two important initiatives before I conclude. One is what we call the SDG Cities program at UN Habitat, which is really pulling together a harmonized urban monitoring framework around the SDGs and the urban agenda, the VLRs, as the basis for a comprehensive programming support to cities to identify catalytic projects, as I said, to matchmake these with investors and to assess the impact of these on the SDGs. And within that, the second is really that global harmonized monitoring. But too much about me, too much about UN Habitat. We are here to listen to our experts, our voices from the trenches, people who've done this, people who will tell you what this process is about and how it has changed or transformed their cities and their communities. So without further ado, let me start inviting my panelists. I will introduce them as we go along. First of all, I have Celeste Connors, the director of Hawaii Green Growth USA. Celeste, welcome. The experience of Hawaii is unique in so many ways. Hawaii is a state government, so you have to deal with a sort of slightly different set of challenges than city governments. You're a group of islands, but the VLR is built on a very extensive participatory process, and I'm sure it wouldn't have been easy. So tell us a little bit about how you went about developing your voluntary local review, and then how do you plan to continue working on the sustainable development goals. All speakers, I will give you 5 minutes initially, 5-6 minutes, and I hope that you will have a chance to build on some of what you say as part of the discussion that follows. So please bear with me, and let's try to keep it to 5 minutes. Celeste, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, aloha, Shipra, and to colleagues. I'm just delighted to be here with all of you today. And there's absolutely a diversity of individuals on the call representing different aspects of government, civil society, business. And so to have the opportunity to share about Hawaii's experience in this is really great. And I'm going to ask our colleagues if we can show some slides that can actually help demonstrate what it is that Hawaii has been up to. So this is an image here of the Aloha Plus Challenge. What's fascinating is that actually prior to the UN SDGs being agreed in 2015, Hawaii had its own locally and culturally appropriate framework for sustainable development. We had actually launched our initiative in 2014 as a public-private partnership. So our partnership was actually formed in 2011. It came from the APEC summit that was hosted in Honolulu. And it actually came at the tails of the 2008 financial crisis, Shipra. So if you think about where we are now and where we were then, we were emerging as a green growth recovery platform. And despite green being the name, Hawaii Green Growth is actually informed by the OECD report. So we've been working now for over a decade on a green growth recovery, which actually positions us quite well to take on the challenges of a COVID recovery that needs to be done in an equitable, resilient, and green and sustainable way. So the Aloha Plus Challenge was agreed by all 4 of our mayors and the governor and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. So it's really deeply rooted to our indigenous host culture and island values. So if you go to the next slide, it will actually demonstrate what it is that we are. It's the public-private partnership. It's really about political leadership. It's actually about the public-private partnership itself, which is civil society, business, and government entities. And what it is, we actually track progress. I'll share a little bit more about our dashboard. So we undertook a multi-year process, short-term consensus building to develop long-term goals, and what emerged were our 6 priority goals. And those very elegantly roll up to all 17 SDGs, which we'll show in the dashboard. So in order to decide what you're going to measure, you need to understand, they say you measure what matters. So we really went to the community to find out what matters to our community. And in these convenings, we made sure that we broke across the silos. If we were talking about our clean energy goal, we had our waste experts there are natural resource management, education. They had the folks that were actually working in agriculture with the executives of our airlines together over a 2 or 3 day period, and what emerged were the metrics and indicators that we decided to track. So all of this led to, if you go to the next slide, which is very exciting. A lot of our colleagues here are working on this, but when the Deputy Secretary General announced the Local 2030 initiative, we were delighted to be invited to be one of the Local 2030 hubs in Hawaii. And I think a lot of that was premised on what was already in place. What were communities already doing that could serve as models? Myself, having previously served in the Obama administration as the Director for Energy and Climate, actually working on the Sustainable Development Goals in early stages pre-Rio +20, I understand it's critically important that these goals do actually connect to the community. I grew up in Hawaii. I'm delighted to be back here, and therefore to see it really happening on the ground and to connect that large-scale multilateral commitment to action on the ground is really important. So Hawaii is delighted to be a Local 2030 hub, and if you go to the next slide, this is the dashboard that I was talking about. Now, what's exciting and unique in our process is that we're tracking progress on the dashboard. I'll share more about this later, but this is on the state.gov website, and you can go in to find all the data in there. We're going to show a brief video that shows you a little bit more about this, because this, Shipra, is what has informed our voluntary local review. And the final slide will just show the cover of our voluntary local review. The voluntary local review pulls from the dashboard. So the final slide, if you could click on that, might not be working. Let's just go to the video, if the video works. And as we pull up the video, and if it doesn't work, essentially what it does is it describes that the dashboard is something that we are now working with through as a Local 2030 hub with an organization called the Global Island Partnership that works with island leaders to actually scale these locally and culturally appropriate platforms, the partnerships, and actually the dashboard. So we are working with Esri, and Esri is an online platform that we have here. The fact that it's on the state.gov website shows that political accountability. So let me stop talking if the video is running. We'll be happy to share this in the link afterwards, Shipra. So I'll keep to my time. We'll share the video with folks. Is the sound working?
Thanks very much, Celeste. That was very, very inspiring. And I think for me, two big things. One is, of course, the integration of SDGs in the local plan, the local policy, rather than them being something separate that the local government is working on and trying to track desperately along with everything else that you need to track for local development, right? So that I think is to me one big takeaway from this. That's an important factor. And the other, I'm just blown away by your systematic approach to this. So thank you very much for sharing. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions and a lot of interest in this. So we'll take those as they come. But thank you. Let me go right along to Sana Marianti. Sanna-Mari, you are the Director of Strategic Initiatives in Helsinki, and you're one of the pioneers in this whole VLR space. You were the first city to develop, the first European city to develop a VLR, with New York and Helsinki sort of leading the way, leading the charge. Your experience has been inspiring for many cities. Tell us a little bit about, what were the challenges, because you were doing it for the first time, because there's a number of resources now that were not available then. And how do you see this going forward? What do you intend to do in terms of replicating this, making it cyclical? How do you see the whole VLR approach in Helsinki and in Finland, perhaps, going forward? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you for the great introduction. Thank you for the inspiration, Celeste. I think that was really a good walkthrough of everything, all the issues that we should be considering as well. As you said, we have been the second city in the world to create a VLR, to commit to doing a VLR. And we are currently in the process of creating our second VLR. And it's incredible to see what a different process it is now. When we started together with the city of New York, we got a lot of support from them. We got a lot of expertise from them, but there was really no global community. There was no global platform or a global movement of cities that we could go back to or have this dialogue with. And now, only 2 years later, it's really quite incredible to have a global movement of cities from all around the world joining the movement, making the movement their own, finding new ways to use the VLR as their tool, finding new ways to communicate about it, and still kind of staying true to the values of the original Agenda 2030 and the commitment to action. I think one of the most important things for Helsinki moving forward has been that the city's movement is rooted on creating action and making sure the Agenda 2030 goals actually become reality. So for us, it has never been about creating a report or a review. Even though it's great to have one, it's really more about how you use it as a tool and what delivery you're able to create through it. So for us, it's a very much a strategy tool. And like Celeste described, it's also a way to communicate and connect with our community and making the SDGs real and actionable to ordinary people. Kind of creating the bridge from, okay, this is my normal life, these are the SDGs and the global community. How do these things communicate and connect with each other? And that's very much a communication exercise, but it's also a community exercise in a sense that the city of Helsinki, for example, is responsible for almost every walk of life. We take care of the elderly, we take care of children, we educate children, we create a lot of jobs, we connect with people on every level of society. And that means that we are also able to deliver a lot of SDG action on a wide range of societal activities. And that's why it's so important to connect this local work directly with people. Another point I want to bring in is that this has also been for us a way to communicate and connect with the global community as a whole. The SDGs and the VLRs, regardless of how you've actually executed the process or what your report looks like, is a global language that allows cities to have these conversations in a very much different fashion that we used to have, and has also created us a platform at the UN, which has been an incredible journey together with the UN Habitat, UCLG, and other organizations that have been supporting us, that we are now also able to have these conversations directly with the United Nations. I think if you look at the COVID-19 situation and us all trying to build back better and greener and in a more sustainable fashion, I think if you've already done a VLR, it's going to be a very important tool. But if you're still considering it, I think there's a lot of points there why you should tackle it together with the building back recovery phase, because it really can guide a lot of activities and give you a lot of systemic changes, systemic possibilities to create real change in this situation. For us, it's also always been about collaboration with our national state. The state of Finland has done 2 VNRs. They've been very innovative in their process. And this was the first time actually this year when they did their second VNR that cities were included in the process. And the Helsinki, Espoo, and Turku VLRs were part of this national reporting, which really kind of solidified our collaboration with the state of Finland on this important issue. Having said that, not every city has that luxury. Not every city in the world is able to go back to their national governments and work with them on this issue. So I think us as cities and as a global movement have to also consider those cities who are spearheading the Agenda 2030 action in their own countries and where they might not be able to receive a support from their national governments. And I think in those cases, we as community must step forward and really carefully include those cities who are, struggling to get this done on their own or receiving very few supports from their national governments, or the national governments are not currently engaged in VNRs. So I think this whole movement is based on action. It's based on moving forward. It's based on community, and it's a very pragmatic way of delivering Agenda 2030 results. And I think it looks very much a city movement, and it's a great contribution to the voluntary national reviews that have been gone for years.
Thank you very much. That is just amazing. I like what you said, that if you're even considering a VLR, this is a great time to start. Because you can link it up with your Build Back Better plans, your post-COVID recovery plans. And I think two other things. One is the VLRs, I never thought of it that way, but the VLRs as a bridge between my normal life and this huge, faraway global agenda of the SDGs. I don't have water in my house. This is the problem. It has something to do with the global agenda. And I think this is one. And the other one being this global language that for sharing between cities, but also the global language for cities to speak to the multilateral system in their own language, which I think is part of the whole agenda of inclusive multilateralism that we're talking about. UN 75 years of the United Nations. The next 75 have to be different from the first 75. And I believe that the VLRs have offered this opportunity for cities to come to the table in a whole different. So thank you very much. That experience shows the way to many cities, I'm sure. Let me move right along and invite our third speaker, Mr. Miquel Rodriguez Planes, who is the Commissioner for the 2030 Agenda at the city of Barcelona in Spain. Now, of course, Barcelona is leading, one of the European cities leading on SDG efforts generally. And tell us a little bit, about your experience or your plans or your, vision for the VLRs. But also Spain is committed to doing a VNR in 2021. Sana Mari just talked about the relationship between a VLR and a VNR and how it's worked very well in Finland. How do you foresee and what efforts are you making to connect with that VNR, possibly going forward as the city of Barcelona? Easy questions, right? Miquel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shipra, and thank you, the city of Moscow, for inviting us. Well, I think that you gave me some questions that are quite broad. So from them, I will play a little bit. Okay. So the thing I would say, when we start implementing the VLR that we just approved, the first VLR we just approved now in October, the main challenge that we saw, I think it was to engage the public administration, to make understand that the 2030 agenda was a priority for our politicians. And I think this is something that, I don't know the other ones, but in our case, when we started, we were like 11 years to 2030. So that means almost 3 mandates. So for the politicians, this is quite far in their reality. So we needed to try to engage them here, and to solve this problem, we use it 2 kind of boards. One, an internal one, like a steering committee with the managers that were attached to the politicians, so to make them understand what we're talking about, and also with them to create this VLR, to work it together. It has to be something, like Celeste said, breaking silos and working together between the different bodies of the administration. And a second board we created was an academic advisory board. And I think that this one was very crucial because this one is formed by more than 30 doctors from social branch, but also economic, technician, environmental one, that are very important people in Barcelona. And they have like a moral superiority, if I can say that. And this help us to make the other people, the politicians, to understand why this was so important. But I think that the other challenge that we had, it's to also to understand what is the 2030 agenda about. And we say it's about reaching the triple sustainability, not only the environmental one, but also the social one and the economic one. And when we say that, okay, the question is how we do this, and we try to make them understand that what we're talking about is when we deploy a policy, we have to do it thinking about the three branches of sustainability. The environmental one, but also the economic impacts and the social impacts, and this in each of the kind of policies. So from here, what we did, it's to adapt the VLR, the Agenda 2030 to Barcelona reality, and by doing so, what we did is try to see how our planned, our programs were already there, how they fit to the agenda. But another thing that we did is to look at the 169 targets one by one and to adapt them one by one to the agenda, to Barcelona. And here we decide that 139 are Barcelona can say something about them, can try to reach them on our own way and to adapt them. And another thing so at the end what we had, and I'm very proud, and I'm going to show it here, we have this, our VLR, it's more than 250 pages with a lot of indicators and KPIs and a lot of things. What we have now, it's a draw of what kind of city we want in 10 years' time. But as you said, and also Sana Mari said, we have the COVID here, we have the pandemic, and this like maybe changed everything. To be honest, I think that it changed not too much, because the pandemic just put some priorities above other ones, but all the challenges that we have with the pandemic are challenges that we already had in the agenda. But I think that one thing that is very important is that the pandemic is a threat for cities. It's a very strong threat for cities because people feel more insecure in cities because there's a probability of a higher contact, a higher human contact in cities. So there's people thinking about, hey, which will be the future of cities? Do I have to live in cities? Are we going to move all to Hawaii? No, with Celeste or or some places with more nature and far from the rest of the people. To be honest, I think that this will not happen, or at the end, people will come back to the cities. But for sure, in cities, what we have to do is we have to become more secure, or you can say it in another way, we have to become more sexy and keep people attracted to live, to work, to be in cities. And one way to be attractive or to be sexy, it's to guarantee a good environment, a good climate, a good air in our cities. So we need to do this energy transition. And here the VLRs, it's a good policy, a good guideline. And for example, in Barcelona, what we have designed an investment fund in energy transition that we hope that this investment fund is 50 million from Barcelona City Councils, 100 million, from the private sector, and we will deploy photovoltaic panels and energy retrofitting in buildings. The result will be like taking out from our street 19,000 cars per year. So we hope that this will be successful. But I would say that this is possible thanks to having a VLR that is at the end and a strategic plan for the rest of the years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting what you said, that, you know, it's really about using the SDG targets to define the city we want in 2030. So really as a tool for visioning. But I you know, in all these webinars that have been happening around COVID these last few months, one thing is very clear, that the pandemic has spotlighted the urgency of sustainable urbanization like never before. Because the fundamentals of you know, bad urbanization, inadequate housing, lack of basic services, urban sprawl, dependency on private cars, all of this has come out very, very strongly in the pandemic. And the other thing that it has done is deepened existing inequalities. So anybody who says that pandemic recovery or SDGs, it's not a real choice. SDGs are the way to go for pandemic recovery, and the VLRs can help us with that. But also your link with not just the Agenda 2030, but Paris, the climate goals, the energy goals, you know, the mitigation is extremely important, an extremely important factor. So thank you very much for those insights. And let us now move to our last of the four presenters, after which we will have a quick reflection on the four presentations, a discussion on the presentation. So our fourth speaker today is Daniel Glitzen Manchebo de Araujo. I am sorry if I have butchered your name. My apologies. The head of the planning office of Casa Civil Municipality of Rio de Janeiro. Daniel, since 2017, you and Habitat and the City of Rio have been together on advancing the SDGs. Tell us a little bit about the process of formulation of the VLR, and how do you intend to take it forward in this post-pandemic world? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Shipra. I will present some slides and share my presentation. One moment, please. Oh, thank you, City of Moscow and UN Habitat to invite us. Thank the colleagues of this table and who is assisting us. I'm very happy to be here and to be able to present the case of the city of Rio. We are very happy for the results of this process of the local SDGs in the city. My speech will address two main points. The first one is the contextualization about the Sustainable Development Plan, PDS. This is the main instrument that relates the 2030 agenda into the reality of the city. And the second one is beginning of the process of monitoring the 2030 agenda in Rio. A brief summary of Rio, the second largest city in Brazil. Rio has 6.7 million inhabitants, and in the metropolitan region, there are 12 million inhabitants. Rio sustainability corridors are territory landmarks that indicate the priorities for action in the municipal territory. We have a planning and sustainability system. The Sustainable Development Plan, PDS, is a part of this system. It is the plan responsible for defining the path to be trailed in the long term. PDS establishes visions and aspirations for 2050 and targets for 2030 in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. Our plan has been built with 40 local agencies from a planning and sustainable development committee. PDS has supported by several external partners since the beginning of its construction, like UN Habitat, C40, and others. People's participation has been since the beginning. More than 40,000 people were engaged. We created a platform for citizen participation called participa.rio. we receive a contribution from more than 30,000 children and have several social participation meetings with parents in schools. And it's very important for us to hear the people and the child. The vision of the child, it's very important for us. Our planning is based on 3 cycles, and the first guided by the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. We are doing a very detailed job considering the 169 goals and more than 240 indicators of the agenda. Based on this work, the first monitoring report on the agenda has been made, and we have 134 goals that are also related to these global goals and their indicators. We understand that this long and medium-term agenda is a transversal agenda. We have 5 main pillars articulated with all the SDGs. The first one, longevity and quality of life, climate change and resilience, equality and equity, cooperation and peace, and governance. Here we show more information, some information that support the transversal teams. It's important to mention that Rio has very advanced geographic information system, and a large part of this monitor is mapped. Rio City already has extensive experience in monitoring projects and indicators. However, some indicators will need to be created in case where the existing data is not yet adequate for finalistic assessment. We will follow some result of the first monitoring report of the 2030 agenda launched at the World Urban Forum in Abu Dhabi in March this year. For example, in comparison with Goal 11.1, we currently have 3 projects underway. Favela Bairro, it's a program to urbanize favelas, providing them with infrastructure and public equipment, serving about 90,000 dwellings. Housing production program, which has already built more than 170,000 dwellings in the city, and land regularization program that reached 16,000 benefits dwelling. Other example is about 11.2 goal. Extension of BRT corridors will reach 105 kilometers, 50 kilometers, sorry. And about goal 11.6, 280 towns disposed in landfill and 7% recycling. In terms of governance, we understand it's very important to engage people. Then the number of people engaging in social participation process is also one of the indicators chosen to monitor compliance with the 2030 agenda. Thank you, Shipra. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I love this school and children engagement emphasis. It's phenomenal. You know, we are planning 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead. These are the people we are planning for. And to make a conscious effort to hear their visions is really a stellar example of what we would call in development jargon, inclusive participation. This is inclusive participation in real life. So thank you very much. I think that's very interesting. Another interesting thing that comes out is also from yours and then also from Miguel's presentation is the importance of choosing. You know, you said you had about 134 of your targets which aligned with the SDG targets. Miguel, you mentioned about 139 of the 169 targets were, and I think this is quite important, that many cities would become would be intimidated saying, do we have to do all 169? Do I have to align everything with everything? And I think the importance of choosing the most important ones for your context and then aligning them is another one that comes out. So thank you for those insights. Let me now invite my colleague, Luis Herrera Favela, who's the lead specialist for the City Prosperity Initiative in UN Habitat. He's definitely one of our monitoring guys. Luis, you've been very involved also with our own VLR work. What have you heard from these presentations? And if you can maybe glean for us a few 5 or 6 major points that are coming out, that are standing out to you from what you've heard, from the experience of these cities, that would be great. Luis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shipra. Thank you. Здравствуйте. Hello, everyone, friends and colleagues. Yeah, I mean, just allow me perhaps to start with some background. Shipra, I think it's very interesting because if we think, for example, what happened in 2016, 2017, we have around 5 VLRs presented. And so far, I mean, we're around 40 VLRs presented at this year. So that is actually a very, very important increase. And what I want to show, to highlight with this number is not only the number of VLRs, of course, but let's say the willingness of local governments and cities in embracing SDGs. As Anna Marie mentioned, it's not about the document; it is what is behind, and this is actually something extremely relevant. What I want to highlight from my colleagues that presented, and also it is something that we have seen in the research and working with many cities, is a crucial, let's say, common element on all these VLRs, on all these reports, that they are basically creating a local narrative through an own voice. And this is something extremely important. That is basically the cornerstone to, let's say, trigger the localization process. So that is a very, very important common element in all these elements. What I would like also to mention is 2 areas of opportunities. As many of my colleagues here have mentioned, we are, let's say, at the beginning perhaps of a second generation of VLRs. We have several lessons learned from previous ones, and of course new challenges, COVID among others. And I would like to bring 2 areas of opportunities perhaps. One is the role of private sector. I think is extremely interesting. Now that we've seen many of these experiences, several private companies have also done very, very interesting things. A very recent report from Ethical mentions that 60% of big corporations in Europe have already, let's say, aligned their corporate response through the SDGs. And now the big question is, are VLRs capitalizing those efforts? Are VLRs appropriately bringing, let's say, these initiatives from private sector? That is something really interesting to think about, particularly if we consider the financial resources that might be there. A second area of opportunity, of course, very, very peculiar interest for the agency, for UN Habitat, is the territorial approach and the necessity to strengthening this territorial approach. In general, let's say, VLRs respond to the question, what are the main challenges concerning SDGs, right? The territorial approach also responds to the questions, where are those challenges located in cities? And that is extremely relevant because, again, I mean, this idea of where are those elements located is extremely related to the idea of localizing SDGs. So that is a very, very crucial challenge we have ahead. The crucial thing here is related to data, is related to the evidence, because not in many cases, particularly in developing countries, the availability of disaggregated data is actually scarce. But creativity is not, and there are actually really interesting things that we can do. And there are really interesting exercises in which surveys perhaps mitigate this lack of data. Also, other elements, collecting, let's say, own data and so on. But definitely, and as you previously mentioned, since we know that spatial inequalities is something extremely important, now more than ever, this element of the territorial approach is extremely relevant. So that would be all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. Absolutely fundamental. The territorial approach, the role of the private sector are absolutely fundamental in taking this forward. Let me put one question maybe to each of the panelists. And if you can give us a very short answer to that, and then maybe a closing remark. What is the link? How has the VLR helped in orienting the municipal budgets? Some of you mentioned projects. Daniel, you mentioned the projects that are going on in Rio, for example, and others. But really, is the VLR there yet in terms of becoming the fundamental tool to reorienting the way you look at municipal budgeting? I can see Miguel shaking his head vigorously. Miguel, I will start with you. Is there that link already, or do you foresee a link in the future?
I foresee to link it in the future. Right now, what we're doing. So imagine we just achieved to convince huge structures such as the City Council of Barcelona to say, hey, we have to think about 2030, and we have to think about these 139 targets and all these things. So the thing that we're doing right now, that we already did a first exercise, is to see how the previous budget was achieving the SDGs. And that was very nice to see how far we have in Spain. You were saying we will have a national VLR, a VNR in Spain 21. But previous to this VNR, we have several monitors on how cities are reaching SDGs, right? So with one of these monitors, we compare how far we were in Barcelona to how much money we're putting in these SDGs, and we're using this baseline to do it for the next budget, for the previous budget, to see how much money are we putting in each of the targets, and at least, I don't know, I wish that we will be able to make a SDG budget, but if we're not able to do this, at least just analyzing, evaluating the already existing budgets in terms of SDG might help us to change some priorities in kind of resources for the SDG. So this second option will be a good one, even if we would like to have these SDG budgets.
Very nice. Thank you for laying out also a visionary target for the future in terms of that's the way to go. Sana Marie, what has been your experience on this link to budgets and municipal resources and where they are spent?
I think I'm on the same lines as the previous speaker. For us, the first VLR was very much about like search and discovery, really trying to reveal what the city actually is already doing and what it's potentially not doing. And it's a very holistic way of looking at things. And I think it would be even difficult for us to pinpoint exactly what budget items, kind of really support SDG action and what are just supporting the mainstream work of the city, so to speak. So I think the most important part would be to see an improvement. So instead of being totally accurate and totally punctual on reviewing and revealing how the budget is based on SDGs, I think we are better off if we're trying to find improvement and create a pathway to those targets that are not necessarily, that are underrepresented maybe in the budget currently. So I would put more emphasis on finding a way forward with the targets that we are underperforming. And I think that's a realistic way for us moving forward. I really salute Los Angeles's effort to really go through their budget and really reveal how their budget coincides with the SDG targets. But I think we probably are not able to do the same here.
No, it's important that we choose a pathway that works. And as you said, perhaps the focus on outcomes and getting the right outcomes, and the budget being a means to that. But also recognizing that we've just said that the SDGs and our normal development priorities are not different things. They're just different ways of looking at the same thing. So I think moving forward, perhaps some more conversations around this might help cities to look at, and I see this as a potential growth area in terms of thinking to take this to the next level. I see Luis taking furious notes because he's going to have to work on this. Let me go to Danielle and then to Celeste on this question of budgets.
Celeste? Or me?
Danielle, why don't you start?
Yeah. Well, this is a big problem, I think. The money to implement the agenda, and especially today, because due the pandemic, we have a very big crisis in the municipality and another locals in another cities in Brazil. But we understand that we have to establish many partnerships with the private sector and involve the population. I think it's critical to implement the agenda. In addition, I agree that budget instruments must support the SDGs. The city of Rio, it's doing this in this moment, for example, and I think it's important to involve the people. I can invest in in new trees in the city, but it's not. It's important to the people to is engaged in this investment, because it's not enough to only the government to do this. Understand? I think it's important to the people to it's engaged in this objectives, in these goals, to implement this agenda.
Very good, very important also with the whole conversation around the private sector engagement, the private sector with a big P and a private sector with a small p. You know, everybody who runs a small business in a city, everybody who contributes through their tax is an investor in the city. And I think it's quite important to make sure that all those investments are going in the right place with a conscious choice. So thank you for that. Celeste, you have the last word on this question.
Yeah, no, I think this is interesting in sort of two things. And I think the perspective from Hawaii is we're actually really talking about 4 mayors. So we did the first statewide voluntary local review in the United States, but it's the sum of the parts, right, of the 4 mayors and the governor. And I think the unique thing, and to my city colleagues here, is the sort of strength in numbers that, you know, to look for the intersections even with fellow mayors, but also with the governor and civil society. So to the question of whether the VLR is yet informing budget decisions, I think hopefully soon, Sana Marie, maybe we'll get to part 2, but what it has actually demonstrated is where there are the gaps, right? So it was critically important that as Mikkel said, we have this benchmark data, which is why we presented our VLR both through a local frame, that this is the 6-year report of the Aloha Plus Challenge benchmark data. So you can actually see what the gaps are and look how are you going to close that delta by making the right decisions with budget and resource allocation. So I think when we look at our midterm, we plan to do a midterm review in 2022, and hopefully we'll see that progress incrementally, and then also where you can have larger impact. I think on the private sector side, absolutely. And this, I think, is packaged as shared value. You know, we can't see the city or the city and county, in our case, working in isolation. So the goal is really how the VLR, how the SDGs, how it is framing a green growth and COVID recovery, but how there is that collective shared value. And we have a sustainability business forum. We have 24 of our CEOs, our publicly traded companies, our utilities, our banks. They've actually signed on to the SDGs and the Aloha Plus Challenge, connected to the Global Compact. Now, what's interesting, they want to be tracked on the dashboard. They want to actually demonstrate their commitment. And Luis, this could be connected to the broader discussion of ESG. How are the VLRs also tied into environment, social governance, issues that many of our private sector partners are looking to achieve? So I think that intersection is really holistic. I think we have to, final thought is, I think we need to start where we have to meet the cities and start with where they're at. And a lot of our city government, our mayors, they have local resiliency strategies. The Oahu resiliency strategy is fabulous. It's actually showing, you know, it's really contextualized where we're experiencing our sea level rise, where we should build. It's where it's connecting to the SDGs is where we should actually start the conversation.
Great, thank you so much. I think those are very, very important thoughts. A last question, perhaps. We have a few more minutes, I've been told by the organizers, so just a couple of more minutes. I know that you're already doing, Finland, Helsinki is already doing its second VLR. What about the others? I know that, Mikael, you've just done your first. And Danielle, yours was done, I think, last year as the first. And Celeste, what are the plans for making this cyclical? Perhaps I'll start with those of you who've just done one for now. So Celeste, why don't we start backwards with you now?
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that we want to continue because we need to show the progress. And as I mentioned, we plan in 2022 to do a midterm review, which would be probably the next VLR for us. And what we really want to demonstrate is how we've made progress in those key areas in closing the gap. So it's certainly something we plan to do. We had just an example, I had a student reach out to us today, actually saying that he wanted to intern and actually look at a particular issue of waste in Kauai because he noticed in the VLR there was a challenge and a gap. So already we're actually having certain folks reach out to us informed by the VLR. So we definitely plan to do another one, probably 2022, which is the midterm point of our Aloha Plus Challenge.
Very nice, thank you. Danielle, what about you?
Yeah, PDS is finished. We are concluded now in this month, December, and then we have the targets to 2030, and in the next year we have a new mayor in Rio, and we are in this moment engaged the new team of the secretaries and the others managers of the city to involve them in this agenda, to explain about the goals, the long-term goals, and especially in the next months, we are going to define the goals to the next 4 years, the next government. It's important to articulate the long-term goals to the short-term goals.
Mm-hmm. Okay, no, that's very helpful. Thank you. Mikael, first VLR done. When can we expect the next one?
Well, we expect to have the next one in July. So we want to have it one per year.
Wow.
And because we understand that this is the way to see how we're doing it. And especially now with the pandemic, I think that we even need more to have a stronger evaluation, because we know right now the KPIs that we have the economic ones, but also the social ones, also the environmental ones. But even maybe the environmental ones are more exceptional due to the lockdown. But for the social and economic ones, we know that we're going to see a reduction of the KPIs so we really need to have it each year, and that is our goal. So here we are.
Fabulous, thank you. Sana Marie, I have a slightly different twist to the question for you, because we've heard you're doing your second one. So actually, there are people who have asked this question from our participants. What is it that makes your second VLR very different from the first? You mentioned that they're very different, and what in your first mention, somebody's done obviously a very deep review of your first VLR, where you said you're going to further develop and add indicators in your second one. Have you done that? And what is your experience in terms of rolling it out from the first to the second time, and how has it evolved?
Thank you. Big questions. Well, first of all, what we're trying to do with our second VLR, and we are currently doing it, is to make it more fun. I think the first one was very kind of review-ish, and it was very strategic, formulated as a strategic tool. This is more geared towards actually speaking to people, making it understandable, giving examples. Hopefully we're able to create some sort of participatory tool, maybe a more visually appealing and participatory website, so that people are actually able to engage with the data and engage with the results in a more fun, Miguel's words, making it a bit more sexy in a way that people are actually excited to find out about it, and you just don't feel like forced need to engage with it. So that's definitely a topic we're working on. Another one, as you said, is the indicators. We spend a lot of time on aligning our current strategy with the VLRs and really kind of trying to find out what's relevant to us, how we can actually make the review work as a tool instead of just showing information. And that process took a long while for us during the first VLR, but now we've had more time. And that's really an engagement-based process. When you're really trying to develop these indicators, you're developing a language, you're developing a point of view, and you need to have the whole organization and the relevant experts participate in that process. It's a very kind of organic, fluid process instead of just creating indicators and sticking to them until the unforeseeable future. So that's one thing. The other aspect of developing indicators is that you still have to keep them relevant to others. So you don't want to like stretch them so far out that you end up with information that doesn't resonate with anybody else's VLRs or their processes. So it's kind of a balancing act, keeping it relevant to us, but also keeping it a relevant tool for global conversations and for others to learn from, and for us to learn in our process from others. I think the balance between fun and sexy and informative and transformational as far as serious data-based information collecting and reporting is the balancing act we're all struggling with.
Interesting, very, 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 very interesting. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to try the impossible task of trying to sum this up because this has been so rich. So my apologies in advance if I don't capture something super fundamental, but let me go through 5 or 6 points that I gleaned from this, which resonated with me going forward. First, the VLR as a tool of engagement and advocacy on the SDGs. That's very important. That's almost the first purpose for our communities, the bridge, as you called it, for our communities, cities, citizens, everybody to understand that these goals are something that have something to do with us and with our daily lives. So really an advocacy instrument. And in addition to that, the flip side of that, an instrument to co-create a future vision together. And the more inclusive, the more diverse the engagement of in these processes is, the more it'll be owned and the more the vision will also be owned. The goals will be owned and the vision will be owned. And I think you also mentioned either Celeste or one of the colleagues mentioned the importance of engaging I think Mikhail mentioned the importance of engaging political leaders across the spectrum, not just municipal officials, but this is for 10 years. You need all the political parties involved across the divide so that they own this process in sequence. So it's not just a horizontal, but it's also, across various kinds of cleavages and divides. That's one. The second, I think, linked to that is mainstreaming the SDGs in local policy. Moving on from that, the co-creation of a vision which actually mainstreams the SDGs. But even if there is not 100% alignment, and I want to flag that because, as you said, it has to be relevant to your context. It has to be relevant to your priorities, to your development priorities. So even if there is not 100% alignment, and here you said something, Celeste, about measure what matters, right? So as long as you're measuring what matters, but I want to flip that also and say that what you miss measuring will not matter and will slip under the carpet. So you have to make that balance between measure what matters to you today, but also highlight a few things that may not matter to everybody, but are important policy elements and choices that an administration makes. A third, I think, this whole false dichotomy between the choices that the false choices that we think we will have to make between building back better, COVID prevention and recovery, climate, and the Agenda 2030. There is no choice here. I mean, they're all ultimately we are making interventions that contribute to all of these at the same time. And building back better means building back greener, means building back more inclusive, means building back more resilient, etc. So I think that is important, and therefore there is no better time. If you haven't started a VLR, there is no better time than to do it now. So that's important. The fourth, I think, the spatial approach. Very often we forget that your how do we say it in Habitat? Your life, life prospects depend not so much only the family you're born in, but the neighborhood, the zip code you're born into, right? So it's really a lot of your opportunities, a lot of the inequalities that you face are spatial. And data in VLRs, that's the beauty that it's a voluntary local review, should be disaggregated and depicted spatially. You can say that 35% of the people don't go to school, but in particular neighborhoods, there'll be 90% of the kids not going to school. And in other neighborhoods, there'll be 5%. And that's very clear in the pandemic. We know in the United States, we know what happens in Africa, we know what happens in India, we know what's happening in Rio. We know that this is a very, very spatial dimension of how the pandemic has unfolded, has a very strong spatial inequality dimension to it. So it's very important. A fifth, I think, is the whole question around investments. Both public investments through the budget and private investments to support the SDGs. And I recognize that we are a bit far from this whole discussion of budgets being aligned to the SDGs. But I think a good starting point is that you look at the gaps, you look at the outcomes you want, and then you make the investment towards those outcomes and potentially track back to see whether those investments are coming from the housing sector, because typically municipal budgets are organized in sectors. So then you track back and see where the most important investments or the most catalytic investments are coming from. So, Mikhail, I hope we will arrive at this SDG budget that you have talked about at some point soon in the future. And a link to that is your point about starting where cities are. Every city should start from where it is at, rather than from a false premise that it has to start from a certain level, or that us assuming that every city is at the same level. It doesn't work like that. You just have to start from where you're at and build up from that. And I think the last point is really this, what you emphasized is about making the next generation VLRs more fun, more sexy, but fundamentally, I think making them more engaging, more visual, more interactive, more relevant to the young people, to the different classes of citizens, speaking their language in that sense, so that they're not lost in policy language and bureaucratic, sort of documents. So I think fundamentally,
Я думаю, фундаментально.
yeah, we're wrapping up. So we're, I think, keeping that in mind, that it is a transformative tool, but at the same time, it is something that really has to take everybody along and build that ownership for the long haul, not just in the short term. That to me is really the future of the voluntary local review and the future of sustainable development and sustainable urbanization that goes hand in hand with it. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for letting us go over time, and stay well, stay healthy, stay engaged on the VLR process. It's a long road, but we need to do this together. Thank you very much again.
And today we have a very interesting and important session which is devoted to the landscape and greenery and modern cities. We've been living in new cities for a while, in so-called post-industrial cities, cities where the need of a human being and his or her life is at the forefront. It's human-centric cities, if you may, as we understand them now. And this process is already inevitable and irreversible. However, landscape, parks, greeneries, mini parks, forests, big green pieces in cities is really important and relevant for us. We truly believe that those plantings, apart from the beauty, would give to the city some additional health care effect. They remove CO2, they provide cleaner cities, and in such Russian cities as Chelyabinsk and Norilsk could even save the city from the anti-anthropogenic impact. So this is an important issue. Besides, it is also thought that the human are striving for nature, which we call today a biophilia, which is also an important phenomenon. It's very important to approach to the green development of the city as to a certain integral entity. We call it a green carcass, a green structure of the city, when we consider this whole structure as a whole system, as an integral part. We will discuss it, and during pandemic, where people have more time and more free time, or not occupied time, they have more opportunity to spend this time somewhere separate from others, isolated from others. Those big green spaces would provide more solitude, which would provide better health care, not only physically but mentally, and this is also very important. I'd like to introduce our distinguished speakers, whom we invited today. Timothy Bitley, founder and executive director of Biophilic Cities. Adrian Goitze, landscape architect, founder, Western Urban Design and Landscape Architecture Bureau. Adam White, director of Davis White, former president of the Landscape Institute. Yekaterina Samukhina, head of the Design Department, Institute for Environmental Research and Design. And Yekaterina Goldberg, founder of Orchestra Design Bureau. These are very interesting people, extremely interesting people who are subject matter expert in the areas which I outlined just a few moments ago. We have still limited time today, dear ladies and gentlemen, and we have clear timing today. We have 7 minutes per each presenter and about 2 to 3 minutes for questions and answers if we have enough time for that. And let's begin our work today. Once again, good afternoon. And I'm speaking first to Timothy Bitley. You are author of around 15 or even more books on the problem which we call biophilia. It's a new term for me at least, but it is quite exact and precise. Such books as Green Urbanism, leaning from European cities native to, and also already translated into Russian, Biophilic Cities. You are heading the Biophilic Cities project in the Virginia University, and this term is quite new for many people. Could you tell us more? What are Biophilic Cities? Tell us about the new movement which you founded and heading, its past, present, and future. Please, you have the floor.
go ahead and show the slides, and hopefully you can see them. And there actually is a bit of some definitions and some information to answer your question about what biophilia is and what biophilic planning and design is all about. So yes, thank you for that introduction. As you were saying, we have started something called the Biophilic Cities Project. That has now become a global network of cities. And I have probably too many slides. I'm going to go very fast just to give you a quick sense of what this vision is about. So I am an urban planner, and we talk a lot about the need for dense, compact cities if we're going to reduce our carbon emissions and really address climate change and sustainability. So compactness and density that lets us walk and bicycle and all these things that are really important. But can we have that dense, compact city and also contact with the natural world? Well, we say, yes, you can, and you must, in fact, have it all together. So it is very much based on this idea of biophilia. Here is one definition in English from E.O. Wilson, Ed Wilson, who is a professor at Harvard. He's not the first person to have used the word biophilia, but he's really the one who has coined it in the way that we think of it, that humans have co-evolved with nature, with the natural world, that we need that contact with nature. It's not something optional. It's absolutely essential to leading a happy, healthy, meaningful life. And it can't just be those things that we enjoy on a holiday or a vacation once or twice a year. It has to be all around us all the time. There is a great deal of evidence about the power of nature, and I don't have much time to go into that, but I think just intuitively, most of us realize that the way nature reaches us, what are the things that we're drawn to? And they're the things on the screen. They are living things. They are butterflies and birds and trees and flowers and water. And these are all things that we know, and we see this emerging evidence has such power, such important effects on us. So here's one recent study in bioscience showing the relationship between greener, more natureful neighborhoods and the reduction of things like depression, anxiety, stress. That those things will go down when we have more nature. Almost every week, it seems, we have a new study. It's hard to summarize the research. All of the things on the right side of the screen are ways in which nature positively influences our lives and our health. Again, depression, anxiety go down in the presence of nature. Nature improves our mood. Even things like crime and gun violence. Studies here in the US show that greener neighborhoods lead to reduced levels of crime. But even things like generosity, the ability to be cooperative, to think creatively. These are all things now that are being shown to be enhanced when we have nature all around us. For us in the Biophilic Cities network, we talk a lot about the concept of flourishing, which captures all of these things. It's mental health, it's physical health, but it's a meaningful life as well. So that's the basic premise. And as the introduction suggested, this time of pandemic has been terrible. But if there is a silver lining, it is that it's shown most of us, many of us, how important nature is in our lives, and what a balm, a salve, a saving grace, if you will. And we've looked to that nature. We've listened for birds, and we've seen and experienced that nature maybe in ways that we didn't before the pandemic. Here are a couple of slides from partner cities. On the left is Portland, Oregon. Wonderful park called Forest Park. And so here in this city, they have designed one-way walking loops so that more and more people can enjoy this particular park during this period of high demand during the pandemic. So we're trying to capture as many stories as we can about the ways that cities are adapting in real time to make that nature more accessible. We also believe that there are many other goals that can be accomplished by having nature in cities. Of course, obviously many ecological services, just about anything that you can do to make a city biophilic or natureful will also make it more resilient. And these are images from Rotterdam, where they're dealing with water. Installing a green roof helps to cool that building, helps to retain stormwater, also integrates, also inserts some element of nature into the city. So there is a movement, global movement, and sometimes we talk about biophilic design, which tends to focus at the building level. We believe a biophilic city is a city full of biophilic buildings, but like this one, this is one under construction in Toronto, a wonderful project called Designers Walk, several hundred trees and a vertical forest. But we think that a biophilic city has to be more than simply a city of biophilic buildings. It has to be all of those spaces beyond the building, between the buildings, from the roof or the room, all the way to the region or the bioregion, and all of those rooms and all those spaces in between. They are cities that connect us to nature, to the natural world, all those spaces again, so that it's a city that isn't just a place that has parts of nature, or places where you can enjoy nature, like a park. It's really this idea of connecting more broadly to the natural world. It's also about biodiversity conservation. It's also about coexistence with the nature that exists. We believe that a biophilic city is one that makes room, makes space for many other forms of life. This is the vision at the heart of it. This is an image from Singapore. And Singapore has actually changed their motto from Singapore, a garden city, to Singapore, a city in a garden. And more recently, they've changed it now, or changing it to this vision of a city in nature. So again, we want to be in cities that don't just have parks, but we want to think of the city as a park, as a forest, as a garden, or as really as a natural system. We want to be immersed in that nature. So it is multi-scaled, again, everything from building, neighborhood, city, region, and all of the integration of those scales, so that that green rooftop connects to multiple levels of forest canopy that connect to the nature at ground level. It's an integrative whole of city approach. It is one that understands nature can be found and must be found in all the spaces of a city, from indoor spaces to outdoor spaces. It's one that moves again from an idea of discrete nature to connections and natural systems and pathways. This is a slide from Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is a city that's joined our network. Just showing that this vision is one that reinterprets what we see in the city. So that bridge is not necessarily understood as a place of nature, but it could be a nesting site for a peregrine falcon. We look at the city in a different way when we look at it through the lens of biophilia. So we have a network, biophiliccities.org. I'm at the end of my time. Really quick introduction. I'm just going to flip through the rest of the slides. This is Mayor Peduto receiving the certificate as the city of Pittsburgh's joining the network. We have 24 cities in the network now. It's growing, gaining traction. Please take a look at our webpage. So many different things that cities are doing, so many different ways they're integrating nature, from sidewalk gardens, daylighting streams. Vitoria-Gasteiz, the capital of the Basque Country, is in our network. The idea of taking sterile water features in cities and converting them into wonderful biodiverse wetlands like this one in Perth, Western Australia. We have a lot of films on our website about some of these stories. The idea of just biophilia, social equity in nature, Edmonton, Canada, and their wonderful ecological network that everything they're doing is designing in ways that allow the passage of wildlife through the city. Beginning, this is Curitibat, Costa Rica, giving citizenship to birds. And then this is my last.
So, sorry, Timothy, unfortunately we are out of time. It was really interesting. As far as I understand, one of the most important ideas is that we are not greening the city. We make the city and its landscape a single, unified system, and the city should be submerged in the green system other than the other way around. This is a next step of the approach to the comfortable life. It's a former garden city, but at the level of new high-tech technologies. And now, next, I'd like to turn to Adam White. We understand that Great Britain and British cities, first and foremost London, has always been a very green city at all times. It was always the capital of gardens, despite its huge size and huge influence all over the world. As far as I understand, now in the national scale, there are two very important, exciting initiatives. This is the strategy of green belts development in the Great Britain and the Northern Forest Plan. These initiatives are very interesting. As far as I understand, around big cities, green belts are built, are created, which, apart from healthier landscape of the city, of the total settlement around the big city, would also prevent it from sprawling, which is very important. In the case of Moscow, it is very relevant. It's very relevant development problem of sprawling this urban tissue everywhere with no limits. And the second very ambitious project is the Northern Forest, when trees are being planted from one seashore to another seashore, which is a huge task. Adam, please tell us more about the activities of your Landscape Institute and relevant initiatives which your institute is obviously implementing in the Great Britain and in London especially. Tell us, please, more about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I'm going to share my screen now and give you a little bit of an insight to what's happening in the in the United Kingdom. Excuse me. So yes, I'm Adam White. I'm the past president of the Landscape Institute, which is the professional body in the UK for landscape architects and landscape professionals. My day job, I am a landscape architect. I've got my own practice here in London, and we established that about 10 years ago, designed specifically to create accessible and inclusive public spaces with nature right at their core. We focus a lot around young people and children, and this is why it's tied in with what you've just been talking about. New developments is about ensuring that we take a landscape-led approach to them, and that's starting to happen across the new UK with some great initiatives. What's really important, though, is understanding why we want nature to be at the core of what we do. And so much of the work of my practice and many other practices is about having every piece of our work underpinned. And these three books are just a couple that you can get hold of. One by Florence Williams, a friend of mine, talks about how nature can make us happier, healthier, and more creative. And Richard Lou's, I'm sure many of you will have seen that, Last Child in the Woods. He talks about a thing called nature deficit disorder. And this is the idea that human beings, especially children, are spending less time outdoors, and as a result, it's having an effect on their behavior. It's not a medical condition, it probably should be. Florence, in her book, she talks about the 3-day effect of spending time outdoors and how it's good for us. And she also references a thing called the nature pyramid. Now, this is really useful, and I'll provide these slides so anybody watching today can have a look at it in more detail. But basically, it's about doses of nature, from a daily dose, a micro dose that might be a plant on your windowsill in your office, or annual visits to wilderness, and how you can connect with nature and get away from technology. Now, this pyramid talks about recommendations of duration, but it also talks about locations as well. And this is what underpinned the work I did last year with somebody quite famous globally, I think, and that is not my business partner, Andre, it is Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Cambridge. She saw the work we were doing and said, how do we promote this? How do we encourage society and politicians and decision makers to put a landscape and nature first before anything. And together we designed 4 gardens, the Back to Nature gardens, and the Duchess was involved. People wonder how much involvement she had. Well, from inception to completion, she did concept designs with us through to detailed design, including site visits to choose plants and materials, and really got involved, including the build of these 4 public gardens. And it was really important, and it made a huge difference. When you had somebody that doors open, when you know that you're working with a member of the royal family. And there's been a real shift in the UK. There's been this movement to rewilding our public spaces and not manicured landscapes as we've had for many years. And it does help when she's got quite a famous family, including her grandmother-in-law who came along and showed that spending time outdoors is essential for all our health and well-being. And there's a television presenter in the UK. I'm going to talk about him in a moment. His name's David Attenborough. And he says, if children don't grow up understanding nature, they won't appreciate it. And if they don't appreciate it, they won't protect it. And if they don't protect it, who will? And that ties in with the work and the global climate strike movement led by Greta Thunberg, raising awareness. And in the UK, we had a climate crisis declaration, as many people did. And it's funny how COVID-19 has forced our hand, and these lockdown restrictions have changed behavior like never before. Working from home, using Zoom, not traveling to every meeting, children growing plants for the first time and putting the car to one side and getting on a bicycle and traveling and spending more time outdoors. I say technology is a big part of it, and it is in the UK. We launched a thing called LI Campus. And if anyone's interested in it, you can find it on the internet. It's a bit like the Netflix for the landscape profession. Over 300 hours of seminars and talks by people as we're seeing today. You can catch up on that. It's a great facility for everybody. I mentioned the climate action plan that we were working on last year. So important for all of us. We've got under a decade now to get global warming down, and nature is a huge part of it, and the next generation are too. And hand in that is biodiversity loss. We've got 57% of things about to become extinct on the planet right now are plants, yet only 4% of conservation funding goes into saving it, which is why I'm very, very passionate about promoting the value of nature and plants. If you'd like a copy of that publication, again, I can send you all a link to it. So I believe I'm a designer, but from being a design champion, we need to become sustainability superheroes. Every single person watching now at home and at work can make a difference. So I'm going to show you here just some slides of how at Davis White, my practice, we've changed the way we're working. Using Zoom, embracing technology, presenting designs to people, and not even turning up at the actual school. And then when restrictions in the UK allowed, we've had COVID-safe workshops again. Wonderful to get people connected. These are urban spaces, urban pocket parks. This is the sort of space, this is in Ealing in West London. This is how it was transformed, increasing biodiversity value, but also property value as well. Another example here, these terrible spaces with these springy things and using nature as the driving force behind them. So where are we going next year, 2021? We've just launched the Green Recovery. This is a paper that explores how we can restart the economy using green as a way forwards, looking at natural capital approaches, looking at green skills, digital and data. There's huge support across the UK for this. We cannot respond as business for usual. This is a unique situation. And this project is a very unique project. This is the Blossom Project in the Olympic Park. No one has seen this. This will be the COVID Memorial Garden that myself and my colleague have designed. And it will be a place where people can go and spend time. I'm just going to finish now on a thing called the High Streets Task Force. This is about how we're starting to bring green into our urban areas and our high streets to encourage people to revisit them once the lockdown is lifted. I mentioned this gentleman earlier. Hopefully many of you will have seen Sir David Attenborough. He's a huge star in the UK, and I know he is a global one. We made him an honorary fellow and gave him a Lifetime Achievement Award last year. This is an award that's just been launched, the David Attenborough Award for Biodiversity. This is Cater Park in Kidbrooke Village, just outside London. It was a regular amenity green space, and now it has been driven by nature and biodiversity. If you want to have a look at that online, I really advise you to do so. This is showing what's possible in any urban environment. Now, Netflix showed this film last month. You may have seen it. It's the David Attenborough film, A Life on Our Planet. It's his witness statement. He's got a book out, or you can't see it because of the green screen, but we're showing this next Thursday at 8:30 your time in Moscow, 5:30 UK time. It's free. You can find it on Eventbrite, and it's going to be streamed. It's on our social media channels, at Talk Landscape for the Twitter handle. And I'd encourage you, if you've not watched this film, please try and tune in and watch it. It captures everything we're talking about today. And it's essential, not just us, but our family and friends watch this film as well. Anyway, I've gone over a minute. Thank you for your time. And I look forward to hearing from the other speakers. Thank you. Oh, gotta stop sharing.
Спасибо, очень интересно.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. We will definitely watch this lecture, this film. And now we're coming back to Russia and the city of Kazan. And I address Ekaterina Goldberg. I know that in Kazan you have a special project named Orchestra. And this project was really a large one, and they managed to renovate the territory around the Kazanka River. I know the city quite well. There is a big river, Volga, but the Kazanka is another one joining the Volga. Kazanka goes through the whole city, and this is probably the main waterway for Kazan city. Until recently, a lot of development was going on. New sand was added, and constantly new lands were for building new houses. These development processes were rather wild. They were not structured and organized. They were not good for nature. But at the same time, there is a lot of land where 12 parks are planned. This was done by design architects. The project is rather ambitious, and the Republic administration participates. A number of development projects have been abandoned if they were on the way of this development. This is actually one of the largest, the most ambitious projects for Kazan, for Russia in general. And I think that this project can be really implemented with success because administration in Kazan is very proactive. You have 7 or probably 8 minutes of allocated time.
Да, что делать? Да, ждем презентацию.
We are waiting for the presentation. Good day, can you hear me? Great. I'm happy to know that one of the most ambitious land redevelopment project is developed, is related to the river. I think it's a real breakthrough for Russia because lots of projects were linked with development, were focused on development of housing. This project started 2 years ago. This is a very detailed process, and the municipality executive branch of Kazan is responsible for it, Natalia Fishman-Bekmambetova, who is responsible for parks in Tatarstan Republic in general. And this project has been approved and adopted by the President of the Republic. Our goal is to create the largest ecosystem of riverside parks. We combine different territories from Volga to the Blue Lakes. We are making the connection between different areas in Kazan. This will be the nature route which will connect very different regions. It will serve 1,200,000 people who live in Kazan. This is the project for them. When we started this project, we didn't know that biodiversity is huge there, and we actually discovered a lot of species, plants, flora and fauna around Kazanka River. This was something absolutely amazing. Right now, river is just not accessible from the coast. The project will be implemented fully in 10 years. We started from the first park. It's been created already. And in 10 years, 50% of citizens of Kazan will get a river which will be in the walking distance from their home. 1 million people in 10 minutes by car will be able to reach these parks. It's very important for us to assess the effect of this project for the health and environmental situation in the city. When it was being adopted, when we were taking the decision about the abandonment of development projects, housing development projects, actually houses for politicians were supposed to be built. But it was important for us to show that this project will improve the health of our population. We can reduce the mortality rate by 13% annually. That's a great number. And this project can reduce the number of heart diseases because people will be able to participate in marathons, trekking, and just bird watching. All of these activities will be accessible for our citizens. This project is developed, is linked to the city development, social development, because in Kazan there are very good technological companies and scientific institutions, and we got the grant from Trianon Dialogue, Russian and French project. So we got this money, and we are starting to develop environmental startups, which will be located around Kazanka River. We are uniting scientists and startups around this project. We had a strategy developed together with citizens, and our citizens helped with some routes. But I'll tell you more about the strategy. First of all, we are going to have new green and blue routes which will unite all the historical parts of the city. We are also making connections between water and land transport routes. People will be able to leave their cars in these hubs, transfer to bicycles or walk. River life, it's very important. In the beginning of the 20th century, it was possible to swim in this river. People were using boats a lot, and our goal is to bring life back to Kazanka River. We are creating 619 hectares of new preserved territories, lands, and we want to have some educational waterway routes. We want to tell people about this abundance, natural abundance, which is within the city. This educational program is one of the most important ones within this project. We are planning to create 12 parks in total, and I would like to mention more details about a couple of them. First park, Manzara, it will be officially opened for the public next year. And this is really very beautiful territory with a view to the Kremlin. And it was difficult to imagine that on this territory it's possible to have a very rare species. So, for example, we have wild boars who live here, and we are thinking about the possibility to help these animals. We want to preserve them here in this park. But at the same time, we'll create additional recreation zones for the people. Second park, Russian and German Switzerland. This is something very interesting from the geographical point of view, with islands included in the territory of the park. Next park, we have some other interesting types of water life. And here we will create the special centers which will be responsible for education. People will be able to learn about flora and fauna. This system will be getting out of Kazanka. We'll have 6 hectares of absolutely wild natural territory. And we thought it's very important to have for the pandemic times, because people can go camping, you can go hiking with your family, not getting very far from the city. I will have special infrastructure here. It will be adapted to our new conditions in the pandemic era. After the strategy was adopted, we started the new development period. We are creating the touristic cluster, which is called Mirrors of Tatarstan, which is also connected to Kazanka River. And here we will develop some recreational spaces. Every person will be able to access this space very quickly, and they will be able to do gardening and so on, some activities which will help to get rid of high stress of urban living. And so here you see some photos, some examples. People who are getting better after illnesses will be sent here for recovering, and we are developing this project together with our investors. I'll be happy to hear your presentations as well.
Thank you, Katya. It's a very extensive program. I hope it will be implemented and fulfilled. And moreover, you have all the capabilities for that. It's wonderful that such a huge ecosystem, in some points even untouched, and is still in this almost in the center of a big industrial city. Let's move on. I'd like to pass the floor to Adrian Goitze. Starting from 1987, Adrian has been dealing with city transformations, and the West State company creates big, important complexes and landscape facilities all over the world, which positively influence those cities and also the community, which perceives these works as a model for others. So we know the Yunsan Park in Seoul and the Madrid embankment, which changed in many aspects this whole district. In Russia, everyone knows New Holland. It's a small but very meticulously planned and designed piece of St. Petersburg. Now I know that on the border of Saratov city, the architects from West 8 are building a new park, Gagarin Park, with some memorial flavor. It is very interesting. What do you think? Could it be that those huge green environments could be designed without involvement of people, or what would be the role of population, and what would be the role of citizens, and how much space they leave for creative and breakthrough project of a professional architect bureau. And well, we all know very well that new landscapes, of course, improve the investment attractiveness. But what is the mechanism? Please, Adrian, could you share your insight with us?
Alec, thank you for the introduction and the invitation for this forum. I'm honored to share some examples of urban strategies. As a professor on Wageningen University Life Science, we do a lot of research on how to include ecosystems and vitalize ecosystems within cities. But this is, let's say, in some of the examples I would like to share, also a strategy for making people happier, give them a nicer city, but more or less, and that's the today reality as well, to catalyze urban development. So it also comes with mayors who want to develop cities and investments, and parks can be the starter of that. One of the visionary ideas of Mayor Gallardón in Madrid was to change about 20 kilometers of the river in downtown Madrid. On either side of the river was a highway, and to transform that into a park by having tunnels. And here you see the entire track of tunnels, also kissing the Royal Palace. And this was one of the biggest projects of infrastructure in Europe for many years. And we took that project to connect, on top of these tunnels, the ecosystem of the regional ecosystem of Madrid. So literally to stitch a valley and plain landscape and ecosystem into downtown Madrid. Mayor Gallardón's vision was, and here we see the result, to get every traffic disappeared in the tunnel, and on top of that, a beautiful system of parks and embankments. And as you see here, this is not like a simple operation. It is also, sometimes there's even tunnels woven on top of each other. And so from a point of infrastructure and landscape, this was very unique and transformative project with a lot of innovation in soil engineering, in water. And this brought a huge new park for the metropolis, which is very popular and very heavily used all day. So it made also, and that was the original vision, the real estate, the city developed. So this park catalyzed investments on a scale which was not easily seen before. So you see all type of new development along this track. Another type of project we are working now on for 10 years is the Yongsan Park in Seoul, Korea, where used to be a 300-hectare military base. It was originally a Japanese army base. It was taken over by the American army after the war. And surprisingly, the new strategy is that the army will disappear, will look for a new base, and the entire base will be converted into an urban park. So the base is larger than Central Park, New York, and it is literally downtown, and will be transformed into a national park. And for the Korean, it's very important to stitch and to repair, to heal the authentic topography, and establishing an eco-spine from the South Mountain towards the river in downtown Seoul. And so we work with many roundtables with professors, universities, ecological scientists, water management. We have a participation project with the local communities to establish this plan from sketch into reality using advanced technology and science. And that will result in a marvelous new park where people dream, meet, where all type of culture and ecosystem is in display. Okay, a similar project was the project to change an army base in the New York Harbor by Mayor Bloomberg in New York. So here we see Governor's Island, a Navy base. And his idea was to develop in the future the edges of the island by starting a catalyzing park. Our office won the project and about 15 years ago and started the construction and the rehabilitation of the island, which was very well related to arranging a new ecosystem. Important was to lift the island above flood levels, and before Sandy hit America, Sandy hit New York, the island was elevated about 7 to 9 feet up, and so trees can, in the future, can grow without being affected by salt water and high, rising sea levels. The island today is a city park where you see the introduction of the topography and the use of people, where ecosystems and also the enjoyment all work together and create a destination. We started the project also with a nursery of 10,000 of trees on the island, introducing new biotopes and flowers and soils. And this is very, very interesting and successful, nurseries and herb gardens, urban agricultural, where children learn how to deal with nature. A very old project of us, which is still going on, is the Toronto waterfront, where Mayor Miller had a vision to link downtown Toronto to the lake, and 3 blocks deep and 3 kilometers long waterfront should be giving back to the Canadian and making more of a democratic water's edge with ecosystem, underwater biotopes, with wave decks, boating, all type of pocket parks. And this transformation is amazing and causes a booming real estate industry, taking advantage of the popularity of the new waterfront, which is by far one of America's most democratic waterfronts. We also there collaborate with all type of scientists and research institutions to invest money in new biotopes underwater. I close this short introduction with the 2 projects in Russia. The mayor of Moscow, we did collaborate with the municipal authorities and Strelka to research the option to get Strelskaya Boulevard be greened, and to make the boulevard with great sidewalks and shade and seasons, to have the real estate, the shops come back, and to make the street a happy street, which it wasn't for 20, 30 years. It was a traffic boulevard. And this project remarkably was very depending on scientific research of root ball condition in frozen condition of Moscow in salty wintertime. We engineered on scientific level a root ball condition to plant massive trees and to transform the street into a utopian boulevard with shade and insects, and where beautiful finishing, of course, invited people as a magnet, and new businesses immediately occurred on the sidewalks. The same type of approach was very, and you mentioned that, Alec, already, is in St. Petersburg, where an old arsenal this is a beautiful historic landmark island, downtown Petersburg, transformed into a public park where Russian herb gardens, the dacha, was made on a scale you never saw before, where ecology was in display and children can play, families can meet, where you have a beautiful introvert orchard-like environments, combined with a full year programming, festivals, events. And this is where the lonely heart and the lovers all meet, and people can't wait to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful speech. It's heroic efforts to bring back greenery to Tverskaya, and all Muscovites are really grateful to you. And of course, the new life in downtown of St. Petersburg is a great achievement and a really well demonstration of a new landscape and the development of the general socio-economic life right in the center of the second biggest city in Russia. We have one more discussion left for today's program, and I'd like to ask Ekaterina Samukhina. Now, we are speaking about Tsaritsino Park. Is a slightly different job and slightly different project. We'd like to discuss how to take a protected area, which has not only the status of a green resort, but also a monument of architecture, how to build up a full-fledged natural complex there, and how to safeguard it from the influence of urban environment in which it is sitting. And the huge amount of visitors who tries to get there, because it's a very attractive territory almost in the center of Moscow, and it has to live. Please, Ekaterina, tell us more about it. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me well. I'd like to present my presentation, which describes just a small part of our huge job which we've done in Tsaritsino last year. And Tsaritsino, the Museum Tsaritsino joined this project, and the Architect Bureau Praktika, and Parkovaya Restauratsia Bureau also was part of this project. A few words. Tsaritsino territory is quite big for Moscow. It's a big green piece of environment, which has a lot of limitations. This is a natural protected territory and two sites of federal heritage, regional and federal cultural heritage objects. Since we are short of time, I will skip quickly the first slide. The global area, more than 100 hectares, 400 hectares. On this territory, there are a few functions. A part of the park, this is the Museum of Decorative Art, archaeological objects, archaeological sites, and the big green place and recreation zone for the city. In Tsaritsino today, we show some analytics for these territories. In particular, last year, it was fixed that more than 6 people visit this territory last year, which is very important. In our work, we recorded different problems of the development and different challenges. The main challenge which we faced is a big renovation district is close to this region, and a huge amount of population will live around, a lot of inhabitants and a lot of visitors. Museums should be ready for that from point of view of accepting all those people and the resilience of ecosystems. We prepared such development scenario. For the moment, the main load of Tsaritsino happens in its palace part, which we can see on the left. But at the same time, the potential of the territory is quite extensive. Apart from the options of distributing loads, so recreational loads across the whole territory of Tsaritsino, we didn't have any other options. Also, we should think about supporting and maintaining the natural territories. As a result of our huge work, we designed a master plan, and we highlighted a few new points. I'm not going to go very deeply in them because I wanted to talk more about biophilia and about love for nature. But not less important, as you rightly mentioned, is the fact that our territory is an object of cultural heritage. And our research in the nature of the park went along with the research of the cultural heritage. We segregated a few periods of the territory development. Also, important fact is to create historical and cultural basic plan, which was carried out not only with use of historical materials and different layouts and plans, but also from the point of view of fixing and stabilizing the existing situation and existing position. We know that all plans and all old materials, there could be mistakes. It's a human factor, and what trees and plants can tell us what for a few measures, they couldn't tell us lies. So this huge comprehensive research gave us this wonderful master plan, which will be used by Tsaritsino and which is required for such a big territory. This is a zoomed-in part of this plan around the palace, and you can see this comparison. This is a layout of 1810 and the existing situation, and within our work we finalized the borders of the landscape park, which is also important because in the certain Soviet times it was only 89 hectares concentrated just around the palace. And now let's move to our research. We carried out soil mapping, which is done very rarely in our parks, and we were lucky because initially, in the beginning of the noughties, a big expedition of the Archaeological Institute of Russian Academy of Science was working on the territory of the park. There were soil experts there in this team, and we have already had important factors about plants, which we used in planning of the layout of the territory. And we carried out soil mapping, as mentioned, and apart from the wood development, we also made the park research. Sorry, the organizers tell us that we have only 1 minute left. Sorry. Let's come to the point. Yes, I wanted just to, unfortunately, we cannot don't have time to speak about plants and trees. Okay, that summing up, despite Tsaritsino has a lot of disturbances in the landscape, also due to those wrong process of restoration and rehabilitation, which has been done in 2005 and 2007 on the territory of our park, still we have a big potential there. And we describe all the regulations. We provide the plants and trees which can be used. We included it in our master plan, and I believe this work will help the park in the future to develop, and it would be really useful for such territories which could be really challengeable and disputable between population, environmental organization, and regulatory bodies. Yes, wonderful. I absolutely agree with you. This work can develop not the park itself, which would be natural, but could be a very good methodological basis for all designers of such territories, not only Moscow, but in other cities, big cities of Russia and Europe, and there are a lot of territories of that kind. In the end, in summing up, I'd like to say that today we saw absolutely different ways of urban development. If previously a classical city was developing only in connection some ideological messages and methods, the new post-industrial or communication-based city is developed in a different way. And first and foremost, using those human-centric programs related to greenery, landscape development, public spaces, which is the most important goal of this development and the essence of modern cities. Thank you very much.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Меня зовут Ангелина Давыдова, я директор Бюро экологической информации, человек, который занимается вопросами устойчивого развития городов уже на протяжении очень многих лет.
Development of cities for many, many years already. I am one of the moderators of this forum, and I'm very happy to be here with you. We are in the Health City track, and today I'd like to introduce our amazing, and I would say a star speaker, Guillermo Peñalosa, who will tell us about possibility for the future, about healthy, equitable and sustainable cities. For many years, he is dealing with comfort in the cities, and he's trying to rethink comfortable urban environment. He thinks how this environment should be organized. Does it mean that we are going to have more parks or not? He worked in many countries developing new public spaces and park zones. Does it mean that the cities will have better mobility? Does it mean that people will have more possibilities to walk, to ride bicycles, or to develop some new sustainable mobility programs in other places of the world, even in major cities? Now, Mr. Peñalosa, who is the founder and chairman of the 8 to 80 Cities organization and an ambassador of World Open Parks organization, he's going to tell us about his vision and approach to the future of the cities. Mr. Peñalosa, I give the floor to you.
Thank you. I'm Guillermo Peñalosa. Many people call me Gil. And I want to share some ideas with you. Okay, you see the presentation?
Да, мы видим вашу презентацию.
Okay, thank you. So this afternoon, we are going to be talking about cities. How do you want cities in Russia to become? It doesn't matter if the city has 2,000 people or 500,000 or 5 million. The issues are very similar. It's about public health. It's about mobility. It's about economic development. So the issues are very similar. Maybe the solutions are different. And when we were thinking how to deal with climate change, and we see the symptoms everywhere. All of a sudden, COVID arrived. And when COVID-19 arrived, some people say that all changed. I think that more than all change, the perception changed, the perception. All of a sudden, it's like having magnifying glasses. We have some magnifying glasses that help us see problems that we were having from before COVID. For example, issues of equity. All of a sudden, we see people that are homeless and are sleeping on the streets when 80–90% of the hotel rooms are empty. But also we saw some good things. With fewer cars, all of a sudden the quality of the air was so much better. So we need to think if we want to go back to that or if we want a new future that is so exciting. So the post-COVID, we need to focus on health and equity and sustainability. And we need to ask ourselves, how do we want to live and develop a shared vision? So we need to start thinking the post-COVID-19, what kind of cities are we going to have? We got a wonderful opportunity. We need to mentally today jump over COVID-19 and because we're gonna need to change the way of doing things. But the goal is how are we gonna have cities that are more equitable and sustainable? And how are we gonna have people that are gonna live healthier and happier? So I want to take you quickly in these 30 minutes through 8 messages. The first one is not about money. It's about having a shared vision and action. Now I live in Canada, in Toronto, for the last 20 years. But before I was commissioner in Bogota, And I learned that it was not about the money. And I've been doing, for example, when I was commissioner, I led the creation of over 200 parks all over the city, small, medium, large. This was one of them, over 100 hectares. And for many years, no one had done anything. There were not even sidewalks, nothing. And in one term, in 4 years, we turned it into the nicest park for active, for passive, for contemplative recreation. And it's a park where it's good for people of all ages, for children, for adults, for old adults, for elderly people, and for the rich, for the poor. It becomes kind of like a meeting place. And that's one of the things that why parks are so incredible and are so important. Something else that we did is I found a small program with a few kilometers and a few thousand people called Ciclovia, and we turned it into the world's largest pop-up park. Sunday mornings, we open it up and people come out to walk, to bike, to skate. It's really simple. You can do this in any city in Russia. Open streets to people, close them to cars, and the magic happens. You can do it in Russia in any city because you have winter, then you can do it from April to September or October. And you're gonna see it's great. In Bogota, I was obsessed with doing it very big so that we would get all the rich areas, the poor areas, the commercial areas to link the city, 121 kilometers. And some people walk and some people bike and some people do all kinds of activities. The common denominator is physical activity. And we get young and old and rich and poor. 1 out of 4 people come out every Sunday. Some streets, it's not all the streets in the city, it's a network of streets that will connect, but everything is interconnected because it helps us to change our mind. All of a sudden, we realize that the streets are public space. They belong to all, and the streets can have different use according to the time of the day of the week of the year. We can have different uses. And this works in cities of 50,000 people. This works in cities of 1 million. This works in cities of 20 million people. This can work in any city, anywhere. It's about social integration. Everybody connecting with each other. And that is something that is very, very important in cities, whether it's in New Delhi, in India, or whether it's in Paris or in any city in Russia. We meet each other as equals. The owners and the presidents of the large corporations and their families, they meet with their minimum wage worker and their families as equals. And that is powerful in building community. Now more than 300 cities are doing it. Why am I talking about Bogota when obviously it's not the ideal city? It's to show that it's not about money because it's a city that is more poor than many cities in Russia. Second message is let's create 880 cities. Now in Canada, I'm the founder and chair of 880 cities and also ambassador of World Urban Parks. And you can tweet there. And I've been lucky to have worked in over 350 different cities all over the world, big ones, small ones. I've worked in quite a few in Russia, in Kazan, in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, in Norilsk, etc. World Urban Parks, I hope that many of you become members either as a city or as a university or as an individual, because it's about sharing information on how to have quality urban parks everywhere. And if you want more information, the website is worldurbanparks.org. And but everywhere I go, people ask, Gil, what's 880 cities? Well, 880 cities is really not about walking or cycling. It's not about streets or parks. Those are the means, not the end. The end is how can we help create successful cities? How can we help create healthy communities for everyone, for babies, for adults, in the summer, in the winter? How can we help have happier people? And people say, Gil, but can my children walk to school? Can my grandparents ride their bike to get eggs or milk? Look, 3 simple steps. Step number 1, we call it the rule of common sense. But unfortunately, common sense seems to be the least common of the senses. Step number 1, think of a child that you love, someone around 8 years old, your children, your nephews, your grandchildren. And once you have the child in mind, then go to the second step. Think of an 80-year-old that you love, your parents, your grandparents, your brothers, your sisters. And once you have the 80-year-old in mind, then you have the child and the older adult, then think, would you send them across that intersection? Would you send them on a bicycle to the park? Would you send them walking to take public transit? Would they feel safe? If you would, it's because it's safe enough. If you would not, it's because it's not. What if everything that you did in Moscow or in any city in Russia, the sidewalk, the crosswalk, the park, the library, the stores, the buildings, the homes, everything had to be great for an 8 and an 80. Not 8 and 80. It's 8 and 80. It's not 8 to 80. It's just an indicator. Because if it's good for the 8 and it's good for the 80, it's going to be good for everybody, from 0 to over 100. We need to stop building cities as if everybody was 30-year-old and athletic, and create cities for everyone, great cities for all. That is the concept of 880 cities. Simple, but powerful. Third, let's move on sustainable mobility. Sustainable mobility is about walking, riding bicycles, using public transit, new uses of cars. By the way, walking and biking is not a joke. This could be any city in Russia. Walking and cycling is not a frivolity. This little girl tells you it's not a frivolity. Walking and cycling is the only individual mode of mobility for most people. Walking and cycling is the only individual mode of mobility for all children and youth. You might be the son or the daughter of the wealthiest person in Russia. If you are under 16, your only individual mode of mobility is to walk or to bike. So being safe and enjoyable, it should be almost like a human right. Unless you think that only the people that have the money and the age and the desire to have a car have a right to individual mobility. That's why this also has to do with democracy and human rights and equality and sustainability, because everything is really linked to everything. It's about how do we want to live. And walking. Walking is so important because every single trip begins and ends by walking. We walk to the car, we walk to the bicycle, we walk to public transit, or we walk to places. That's how we were created. Just like the birds fly, people, we walk. We walk. We walk in the winter, even in the middle of the storms. We walk and we buy things and we go have coffee, and we, parents and children walk, and older adults walk, and everybody walks. We walk in the summertime, we walk in the winter. But we need to make it safe. And it is not safe. So we need to improve. Yesterday, people driving cars killed 741 people walking in the world. That's more than one person every 2 minutes. It's horrible. We need to make it safe. We know what needs to be done. We need complete streets. We do sidewalks, or we don't do ramps. We are telling these people every single day, you are a second-class citizen. The sidewalks is the most important infrastructure in any city. The sidewalks is, on the street, on bicycles or cars, you go from point A to point B. Not on the sidewalks. On the sidewalks, people meet boyfriends and girlfriends. We meet our neighbors. We meet the people that sell coffee and fruits. We use them in the summer. We use them in the winter. The children catch Pokemons. People catch public transit. The sidewalk is the life of the cities, where we develop a sense of belonging to any city. So we should really worry about having fantastic sidewalks in every city, because the sidewalks, they remind us that walking is much more than walking. In Buenos Aires, you see people dancing tango on the sidewalks. But of course, sustainable mobility is not only walking, it's also riding bicycles, using public transit, new uses of cars. For example, riding bicycles. Any city in Russia could be as good as Copenhagen. In Copenhagen, why do people ride bicycles? Because it's safe, it's connected, it's inexpensive. Copenhagen is cold in the winter, it's hot in the summer, it rains all year round. But nevertheless, people ride bicycles. But there has to be safe for people walking, separate from people riding bicycles, separate from people in cars. This could be any city in Russia. And in Copenhagen, it rains all the time, but they say there's no such thing as bad weather. It's bad clothing. So they put on the proper clothing, and people of all ages, they go to places because it's fast, it's inexpensive. 41 out of 100 trips are done on bicycles, 41. And they're not happy with 41, they wanna go to 50%. And men don't need shirts in the summer, women don't need special shoes, and they have counters. If we don't count, then this is how people move in Copenhagen. People walk, some people use cars, many people use public transit, and many, many more use bicycles. There is connectivity. Nothing as important as connectivity. So inside the neighborhood, low speed, less than 30 kilometers. But all the arterials need to have bikeways in order to connect. And even cities that are very cold, like Helsinki. I took this photo at minus 30 degrees. And people were going shopping, people were going to school, people were going places on their bicycles. When I've been working in Alaska, we get on those bicycles and we go on. So, I mean, if we're gonna improve bikeability, we need to think. If it's not safe for an 80 or an 80-year-old, it's nothing. Don't even call it a bikeway. When you decide, when you build facilities for walking on cycling, always think of children, not of the professional cyclists, think of the children. Think of the elderly, think of people with disabilities, think of people that come from places where cycling is not a culture. Think of the older people on their tricycles. We need to make it safe for everybody. We must have to promote cycling, lower speed in the neighborhoods, but also a network. We need to have connectivity. So the maximum 30 kilometers in all the streets except the big ones. And in the big ones, we need a network. AAA bikeways. What's AAA? It's for all ages and abilities. For all ages and abilities. It's very, very important. We need to have connectivity. And if we're going to improve public transit, my brother, who was mayor of Bogota, said the civilized city is not the one where the poor have cars. It's the one where the rich use public transit. And we need public transit in the city of 10,000 people, in the city of 50,000, in the city of 10 million. Different public transit, but we need public transit in all cities. Sometimes there's gonna be buses. Sometimes it's also marketing. A mayor told me, oh, citizens don't like the bus. So he put a nose, he covered the wheels, and now the bus looks like a train. So part of it is also marketing. We need, for public transit to work, we need to have fast, it has to be speed, connectivity, and frequency. Without this, it will not work. And of course, some people say, oh, we don't have space for public transit. Well, do the mobility math. Do you want one of these or 140 of those? Do we want one of these or 145 of those? That is the mobility math. We know that public transit moves a lot more people, is better for the environment. I mean, rapid transit is not, it doesn't depend if the wheels are rubber or metal. We have rapid transit if it has dedicated lanes, as well as if you have prepaid fares, is easy and fast to get in and out, and the traffic signals have priority. And all of a sudden, we see how public transit with buses works very, very well in many places, in the summer, in the winter, all the time. And we see that walking, riding bicycles, and transit takes up a lot less space than the private cars. 4, we gotta have parks for all people. What are great parks? They're great if people visit, they stay, and then they come back. It's not if they win awards. I think the biggest problem of parks is management, because cities think management is the same as maintenance. Maintenance is picking up garbage. No, maintenance is maybe 20%. Management is about, of course, includes maintenance, but it's also about having grandparents and grandchildren doing bread. It's about uses and activities, having people walking and cycling and playing chess and having lunch. Management is about having volunteers, but giving the tools. Management is about asking the citizens before, during, after, what do citizens want? It's about having human and financial resources. It's about equitable access. It's about having a good park system throughout the city. It's about safety, but safety is not about putting signs. Safety is about uses and activities. You don't need a lot of police when you have lots of uses. So sometimes cities, it's easier to find money to do parks than to use it. No, we need to have money for uses. Money to have movies in the park, money to have walking groups for activities. The lower cost of safe parks is to have uses and activities. Empty parks have fewer benefits. So we gotta work on those, whether it's painting or having farmers markets or flower markets or dancing, laughing yoga, but the uses and the parks are much better. Should we have small or large parks? Well, we need to have both. Working in Kasab, Natalia Fishman has led a huge development of parks, over 100 new parks in Kasam with areas for small children, 0 to 5, 5 to 12, for different people and different park sizes. Some of them are in the suburbs with lots of trees and forest, but also many of them in the middle of Kasam, in the middle of the city. And that has also been very, very important because people come out of their home and have fantastic parks that are very well used 7 days a week, 52 weeks of the year. And they have shown about this. And working in Norilsk. In Norilsk, you know, in Russia is the city further to the north, also working in how to have parks so that people come out. And when people come out, it's good for physical, but it's good for mental health. So good indoor places have to be complemented with also the playgrounds that are nice in the daytime. And then at night, the cars come, but during the day, they leave and they allow places for children to play. So it's a combination. The public places in St. Petersburg as well. And of course, in Moscow, you have some magnificent parks of all sizes. Parks for passive recreation, for active recreation, for contemplative. We need to have a combination, active, passive, contemplative, for people of all ages. And I think that's some of the reasons why places like Gorky Park work so well, because of the uses and the activities. So everybody can learn from everybody, and this is exciting. And you see how Gorky is also great in the wintertime. So it's not just, parks are not just for the summer, are 52 weeks of the year. And 5, we don't need to copy. I give examples, but we can adapt, we can improve. For example, winter. I know that you have winter, and people might be saying, Gil, but why are you talking about parks if we have winter? I know in every city in Russia, you have 20 horrible days, and this little girl knows it. You might have another 80 that are cold, but you have over 200 good days of the year. The problem is that sometimes we focus on the 20 horrible, and we mess up the 365 days. Sometimes we do some gigantic vacuums that suck the life out of the city. For example, we build undergrounds in the cities, or that they don't integrate, they segregate, or we do connectivity between the buildings. They are not really very good. Of course, if we have winter, we need to have better infrastructure. We need to focus on those 200 really nice days, and when we focus on the nice days, then even the bad days are not as bad. I mean, winter, we need to have a positive attitude, and we need to have the people on the media, on the television, to have a positive attitude towards winter. And of course, we need to make a little bit more of an effort in the winter time. And we can put colors, and that is going to improve, it's going to help us improve our mindsets. Light is very, very important, because sometimes for people, it's more than the cold, is that the light. So if we have lots and lots of lights, such as those lights in St. Petersburg, is going to make us improve. Of course, when we have traffic jams, we're not going to be able to get out of the cars, but at least the lights are going to make the congestion a little bit less worse. This is magnificent. This is really beautiful. In the daytime, it's even more beautiful at nighttime. So the lights, the color, the music, it all improves. Some people call this Christmas lights. No change. It's not Christmas lights. It's winter lights. And let's have them on for 4 or 5 months of the year, from November to April. Let's have programs. Like here, they're watching a movie, but they also have hot chocolate, and they got music and good sound. And we can also play hockey on the streets and do Tai Chi and yoga and saunas. And we need to promote the activities and facilitate food trucks. And we even pizza ovens and areas. We need to make that little extra effort in the winter time so that people will come out, and it will be good for physical, for mental health, for the environment, for everything, even when we go fishing. And we gotta look at this river in Winnipeg, where we got warming huts and all kinds of activities, which is something quite nice. But look at the color, the use of the color, and also at the use of the bicycles. 6, all of this about the benefits. It's not about the streets, it's not about mobility, it's not about parks. It's about healthier and happier people. It's about equitable and sustainable cities. So all these things that we are talking about today, they're going to improve in every city in Russia: the culture, the education, recreation, the environment, transportation,
У
health.
нас остается 3 минуты.
We have only 3 minutes, unfortunately, for your speech.
6 minutes. By my clock, we got to think of healthier lifestyles. For example, we need to have physical activity, and we're physically active is going to good for mental health, for heart disease. Children, they got to do 60 minutes a day. Adults, 30 minutes a day, 5 or more days. 2, we need more plant-based. But then let's have farmers market, let's have urban gardening in the winter indoors, in the summer outdoors. We need to sleep well 7 to 8 hours a day. We need to have contact with nature and practice mindfulness. We need to socialize. This is not socializing with everybody on telephones. So these are 5 actions. There is no magic pill for healthy lifestyles. Physical activity is important. The only way Russian cities are going to be physically active is if we walk or bike as a normal part of everyday life. 7, let's focus on the vulnerable citizens. Who are the vulnerable citizens? The children and the elderly, but also everybody that is poor, people with disabilities, people with racial minorities, people with ethnic minorities, people that are women. We should focus in the forum on the people with disabilities. And let me, since they told me that I'm running out of time, I'm just gonna skip this through the last session. The last session is we must change. We must change. If we want people healthier and happier and equitable and sustainable cities, we must plan cities radically different. We must manage cities radically different. We must change. Why don't we change? Because change is hard. Doing more of the same is easier. But I want to tell you 3 recommendations on change. 1, change is not unanimous. 2, the general interest must prevail over the particular interest. And 3, the cost of doing nothing is not nothing. So we need to change. These are not technical issues. These are not financial issues. This is about policy, not about political parties. It's about policy. Everybody with a big P, everybody has to participate. We need to be bold and develop alliances with the schools and the faith groups and the libraries, alliances between the public sector and private and non-profit. We need to have a sense of urgency, and COVID, of course, is a change of urgency. We saw how the crisis came, and there was an opportunity. We see with fewer cars, people started doing networks of protected bikeways all over the world. Things that would have taken years, all of a sudden took only weeks. We saw we needed more space, so people took streets, created them for people. Whether it's Auckland in New Zealand or Oakland, California, we saw also making bus corridors and having farmers markets on the streets and turning golf courses into public parks, because in a golf course, you have only 300 people playing. In the same space as a park, you got thousands of people. So all of this is doable. The businesses are reinventing themselves. So the impossible seem possible. And we were happy, but we need to develop a shared vision of how do we want our city in Russia. We need to have, but once we have the vision, we need action, action, action. And we have shared vision and we have lots of action. We are going to be able to have cities that are equitable and sustainable. And we are going to have people that are going to live healthier and happier. So I invite everyone on this forum. Let's do it. Now. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, Gil, for your wonderful speech. For this short time, of course, which we've had, you managed to tell us about the whole set of new approaches and issues to the comfortable cities. You told us how city planning and urban planning of road infrastructure can influence safety, comfort and healthy lifestyle in the city, and the equity and the growth of equity among city communities. You also told us how parks help healthy infrastructure. For me, it was very pleasant that you demonstrate a few examples from Russia, from different cities of Russia, where you had a chance to be and to work. And of course, your main resume, your main takeaway, we all have to change. We all have to change because the world around us is changing. And this is absolutely important. Thank you very much, Gil.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Online conference City for All Wellbeing, Health, Sustainability continues its work. We are in the Resilient City track, and now there is a discussion ahead of us, the Resilient City, how cities can invest in enhancing resilience. My name is Angelina Davidova. I'm environmental journalist, director of the Environmental Information Bureau, the person who's been dealing with the sustainable development for many years. The climate change issues is also in my responsibility. Our topic, the resilience of cities, is very up to date. It's up to date because we are still on top of the pandemic. Cities live now hard times and experience hard times. We're all trying to find new ways out, but behind the crisis of pandemic, we shouldn't miss another crisis, the climatic crisis. The climate change issues are becoming more and more acute and critical for cities because on one hand, cities are sources of greenhouse gases, and one of the main reasons for climate change is in the planet. On the other hand, cities also suffer under climate change, and so the issues of climate adaptations and issues of strengthening resilience of cities also become key issues for the city development. Very many cities in the world start developing their climatic plans, and we will discuss this too within our discussion. Some cities still begin to work on that. Some cities have already some experience. Cities also unite in associations to share the experience, to tell more what results they have, what solutions they can offer and deploy on the technical level, both on technical and managerial level, and also by involving opinions and taking into account opportunities and interests of the citizens. So issues of climate adaptation and issues of strengthening resilience of cities is, of course, issues of the future. And at the moment of the restoration of city economies, climate resiliency and adaptation are always the factors which we will have to take into account when we will recover and restore the city economies. So all these issues and problems and challenges we will discuss during this hour with our speakers. Now I'd like to introduce to you our speakers, the participants of the session. Anton Kubachevsky, head of the Moscow Department for Environmental Management and Protection of Moscow. Sadhu Johnston, city manager of Vancouver. Rachel Huxley, director of knowledge and learning, C40. Gerhard Schmidt, director, Singapore ATG Center, lead principal investigator, Cooling Singapore Project. And Jan Gale, architect, founder of Gale Architects. Dear friends, we have the following schedule. We expect that every speaker will have around 7 minutes for presentation, and then we will have time for final discussion within which we can handle a few questions, which we will have. In the meantime, you do your presentations. So first, I'd like to give the floor to Rachel Huxley, Director of Knowledge and Learning, C40. C40 is an association of pioneering cities in the area of climate changes. These are cities which set more stretched targets than their countries to reduce greenhouse gases emissions, and those are the cities which develop their plans to adapt to climate change, to strengthen their resilience. These are cities which cooperate between each other, share experience. These, of course, it's a very important unification and the organization of cities which works at UN level, national level, and municipalities. Rachel, I give the floor to you, and I'd like to ask you the following question. What programs of improving the resilience of cities C40 is now working? What examples can you cite of your work? What are the most interesting and exciting cases to fight negative aftermath of climate change you can share with us and tell us more about? Please.
Thank you. I'm just going to set up my presentation. Hopefully you can see that fine. Thank you so much for that introduction. As you've said, sort of C40 is a network of cities. We're led by mayors for mayors, and we represent 97 of the world's largest cities with over around 700 million citizens and over 25% of GDP. And I was asked to talk about how cities can respond to the increasing kind of extreme weather we're seeing as a result of climate change. But first of all, I really wanted to briefly say, why cities need to respond to this. It's an obvious but very important point. Cities really are at the coalface, if you like, of climate change, and they're experiencing the impacts now. So 98% of our cities have already reported that this is hitting them, and it's hitting them hard. As we've sort of said, as a network all along, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in cities, and that's mitigation and adaptation. So then turning to the actual question I was asked, how can cities respond to climate change and increasing extreme weather? Well, again, these are obvious but very important points. Cities need to start by understanding and identifying the hazards that they're facing, by assessing who's, what the risk is, and that's in two kind of key questions here. Who's at risk? And for your city, that might be about kind of some particularly vulnerable population. So, for example, Rotterdam has mapped their vulnerable populations in thinking about heat, in particular elderly citizens. And Jakarta's identified at-risk citizens, particularly looking at flooding and some of their informal settlements. And as well as understanding who's at risk, cities really need to know what's at risk in terms of assets and systems in their cities. So another couple of examples from our cities in New York, their 5 boroughs report identified that roads and bridges were a really key asset, and that any climate impact to these might have a kind of cascading impact on some of their key services, such as food distribution. And in Amsterdam, they identified a particular area of the city where there was a concentration of really important assets, for example, energy generation and pumping stations. So that was important for them in terms of understanding how they needed to protect their city and their key services, and how essentially they could keep their city running. Of course, once cities have identified hazards and assessed risk, then they need to act. And for that, it's really important that they prioritize, because none of our cities have all the resources that they need to do everything. So they have to prioritize. And it's really important that equity and inclusivity are taken into account in that process. So understanding how the costs and benefits of climate adaptation are going to be distributed, who's going to benefit from that protection, and making sure that the most marginalized and the most vulnerable are protected. You also asked me to talk about what programs we provide to help our cities. So I just wanted to quickly outline a few of the things that we do to support C40 cities. The first is really making the case, so providing the evidence that cities need to get political and financial support to take adaptation action. So we undertook research in The Future We Don't Want, producing a report that showed how climate risk was going to increase in cities over the next 50 years. We also looked not just at individual risks, but in our interdependencies report, we looked at how risks might combine, and cities would be facing kind of interdependent cascading impacts from climate action. We produced recently a tool around how cities can avoid health impacts from extreme heat. And we're also looking at the impact of flooding and drought in terms of what are the social and economic costs. So all of these things provide cities with the data and the evidence that they need to understand and make the case for climate action. We produced and developed a whole load of resources and tools for planning and helping cities to plan adaptation action. So just to mention a couple of these, the heat health tool I've already talked about, a particular guidance we produced around monitoring, evaluating and reporting so that cities can understand the progress of adaptation and the impact that that's having. And we've also set up adaptation academies and a climate action planning program to provide support tailored to city needs on action planning, on implementing and mainstreaming, and on monitoring and evaluating. And finally, one of the key things that we do at C40, it's sort of the beating heart of our organization, is connecting cities so that they can talk to each other, they can share problems, and they can share, importantly, solutions. So you can see here on the right a number of networks. And just giving an example of how that happens, we've recently held a virtual conference, and Cape Town shared some of their work that they've been doing around greening and cooling solutions. Tel Aviv and Athens shared how they've been setting targets and securing financing and citizen support to then take action towards those targets. So a really important facet of what we do is bring cities together and share the solutions that they're innovating in real time. Then thinking about some of the examples of urban management practices that can reduce the negative impact and minimize the risk of climate hazards, we're at the moment doing some research with McKinsey, and we've been looking at what are the priority adaptation actions that cities can take. Obviously, there's a wealth of things they can do, but what might be some of the most important and impactful ones? And we're thinking about and grouping adaptation actions into these 5 areas. So thinking about nature-based solutions, things like green space and tree planting, rain gardens and river restoration. And to give an example, Medellin's Green Corridor program is looking at designating areas across Medellin to increase green space and tree cover, and reducing the temperature, providing shade, and reducing health risks from extreme heat. In terms of grey defences, this is things like cool pavements, seawalls and floodgates. A great example is Copenhagen and their cloudburst street planning strategy, putting in a range of sustainable drainage systems across the city. Thinking about policies and regulation, this is things like land use zoning and building codes. An example here from Cape Town of their coastal management lines, which have been introduced to prohibit or restrict the construction or maintenance of structures seaward of the line. And thinking about optimizing responses, so building awareness through heat campaigns and warning systems, for example. We can look at the city of Paris that's designed and developed an interactive cooling center map, so citizens can locate emergency centers when they need to. And finally, thinking about building in redundancy, so making sure that cities have backup supplies. And an example here is from New York. During Hurricane Sandy, their hospitals were operating on backup generators. So just making sure you've got the capacity to keep the city running. I'm conscious of time, so I'll quickly go through the next couple of slides. I just wanted to flag here that our cities and our work, like everyone else's over the last year, has been dominated by the pandemic. And we've looked very much at how our cities can recover in a green and just way after COVID-19. And this has focused on the vulnerabilities that the pandemic has highlighted and the interdependencies in our system that the pandemic has highlighted. So we know we need to be more resilient. And you can see here on the left-hand side that resilience is a key part of our recovery agenda. And likewise, building back with nature. So we're seeing some really good synergies in terms of what the pandemic's highlighted and is going to call from us and what we need to do from an adaptation perspective anyway. Finally, we were asked to think about how and why climate and weather conditions should be taken into account by planning, constructing and designing cities, public spaces and green areas. So I just wanted to finish with 3 examples that kind of came to mind. You know, cities need to plan their construction and city designs around not just the climate hazards they're facing today, but the climate hazards that they'll face in 10, 20, 30 years' time. And an example of this is the climate resiliency design guidelines in New York. They incorporate projected climate data into the design of all of the capital projects, and they provide a consistent methodology to do so. And that underlying data comes from the New York City Panel on Climate Change. So a really fantastic example there. The second thing I wanted to share was around how important it is to integrate real-time reporting and data into operations. And here we can look at the Rio city and their center of operations, where real-time weather communications are kind of shared with all city services, so they can respond very quickly if there's a risk of heavy rainfall and flooding, for example. And the last area, of course, that we would recommend that kind of cities and everyone really invest in terms of adaptation is nature-based solutions. Again, referencing the work that we've done on a green and just recovery from a post-pandemic perspective, and how important nature-based solutions will be. And an example there is the city of Rotterdam and how they've invested in 7 green space projects as part of their post-COVID response. And these projects will not only increase Rotterdam's resilience, but they'll provide jobs, healthy housing and healthy environments. Thank you very much, and sorry to run a little bit over.
Rachel, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. We now know how C40 organization works, and we're happy to hear your specific cases. We learned about policies from different cities which are aimed at improving sustainability of cities. This experience is very valuable, and as you've correctly pointed, that's great that you work as the hub of information which contains all this information, all this data, and now cities can share this data, can share this information, they can learn from each other, they can learn new things, they can understand what works better and what doesn't work so well, and in which areas they can improve. Now I give the floor to Anton Kulbachevsky from Moscow. It's the northern megalopolis. More than 10 million people live here. Moscow is also a member of the C40 associations. Anton, are these topics of adaptation to the climate change, improving resilience, topical for Moscow? And what are you doing with this regard? Dear friends, dear colleagues, I'm very happy to see all of you at the Urban Forum platform. Unfortunately, we didn't have possibility to meet in face-to-face, but I'll try to tell you about our plans and our actions which we are implementing right now. We want to see resilient city. In case of snowstorms, this city provides all the power and all the warmth for the cities, as well as safe roads. Sustainability city, it's one of the 17 sustainability development goals of the UN, and Moscow is developing with the global values hand in hand. For improving resilience, we have all the actions planned in our national programs. As from the vulnerability point of view, Moscow is a really unique city because we have heat waves in the summer and we have very cold weather in winter. We have lots of rain and we have lots of temperatures crossing zero line. In order to mitigate these difficult consequences of climate, we decided that we need to have the warning system warning about unfavorable weather conditions from the meteorological point of view. For example, zero wind and problems with accumulation of detrimental emissions. According to the action plan, which was approved several years ago, which is working with the consequences of heat waves and very cold weather, our agencies monitor temperature and the concentration of particles. As a result, they send out recommendations to all the necessary relevant services. We ensure safety of the city infrastructure. Energy complex also sees the reduction of the vulnerability of all the systems and infrastructure. Gas system is now one of the most reliable systems in Moscow. For 9 years, we've been working without any emergency blackouts. We have high-quality electricity and power by 99% throughout the city. We do not have any problem with water supply. As for the sewage systems and treatment facilities, our capacity is 39%, which is a good number. We have very rigid limits for other services as well. The liquidation of the slippery roads shouldn't be more than 5 hours since the end of the snow falling. This is a good regulation. This is a good standard. It's rather difficult to keep up with it, but we are usually working within this limit. And 5 hours after the snow fall stopped, we ensure safe roads for our citizens. As for updating the housing complexes, renovation, as we call it in Russian, we are building new houses for our population, for about 1 million people. We are building new houses right now. They will get new housing of classes not below the B class. This also requires additional power supply. We are saving 20 to 30% here with new houses. In new houses have 20% more power efficiency, and we will reduce 48 kilograms of bad emissions per year per house. We will have a new industry of adaptation to climate changes. We have new group of products, such as products which help us to ensure diagnosis, materials and technologies for managing the microclimate in houses. So this is a new industry. And let's think also about some benefits for cities when they implement all the new technologies. According to experts, when we build this future infrastructure, we can get profit of $17 trillion by 2030. And the private sector or businesses, they are also important here. They are first to take up green technologies. They are main emitters of greenhouse gases. And if we are building greenhouses, this can change the situation a lot. We have R&D activities for assessing efficiency of such activities. For example, with regards to Class A buildings and business centers. Such business centers for the newer generations, they save lots of energy and they reduce maintenance responses by 4.5 million rubles per year. And in some buildings, it's possible to save up to 8 million rubles per year. Introduction of new technologies, that goes also very rapidly. If we're talking about sustainability, globally, if we want to make the city sustainable, it should be attractive to the most active people, to youngest generations. We need to maintain clever people here, and we need to create a city attractive for new people to live here. We need to have good transportation system, and in Moscow it's rather modernized. We've built more than 1,000 kilometers of new roads in a couple of years. We have 12 main highways, 17 new crossroads, and lots of crossroads without traffic lights. We have 92 new objects commissioned, road objects. And congestion improved. The speed increased from 17 to 28 kilometers per hour during peak periods. And we will achieve the reduction of congestion in the air and greenhouse gas emissions. Since 2011, in Moscow, we have 301 new kilometers of metro lines, 145 stations, including the Moscow Central Road, metro stations. So Moscow Central Road, it used to be the railroad line. Now this is something similar to the metro, and it is used by 1 million Muscovites per day. Cycling infrastructure, it's 850 kilometers of cycling roads, 629 stations for renting bikes, and a huge amount of city bikes. We have achieved breakthrough in the latest 10 years. I was recommended by our foreign experts to start this bicycle program, and now lots of people use bicycle not just for sport, for leisure, but people use bicycles for going to work. Air quality improved, and average annual concentration of carbon reduced significantly. The most important in our climatic agenda is to maintain the natural green zones in the city. When the climate is changing, we need to develop the green infrastructure. When we have green zones, they are more energy efficient. If we compare them with artificial spaces, they reduce energy spent of the city. Green zones reduce negative effect of the heat from the city, improve humidity by 15%, and it can give us the feel of the reduction of the temperature from 3 to 6 degrees Celsius. We continue to develop infrastructure, green infrastructure. Now, 50% of all the space of Moscow, that's green spaces. 90% of Muscovites have access to green territories, and it's in the walking distance. According to our program, since 2011, we planted more than 8.5 million trees and shrubs. Your time is almost up. Yes, I have just 20 seconds to finish my presentation. We have special programs such as 1 million trees or My Tree. We have special territories which are protected, reserves. This should be something surprising to have in a megalopolis, but we do have 19,000 hectares of reserves, and we've created 26 new territories with this status this year. As for the international cooperation, Moscow is the only city in Russia which is the member of the C40 Association. And last year we've signed a declaration which is titled Green and Healthy Streets. We participate in another project which is devoted to disclosure information on greenhouse gas emissions. And in Moscow, Moscow is a city of category A. There are 88 cities in total in this list out of 491 who submitted a report, and we continue to do such changes which we started 10 years ago, and we are very sure that the future will be bright and healthy, and our city will be prepared for climate change. Anton, thank you very much for this comprehensive picture about the situation in Moscow, main risks, main progress, plans for the future, and also you mentioned some international projects. This is great. It's important to exchange information with foreign colleagues, with people from different cities. This is our main topic today. And let's leave Moscow and let's move on to another continent, to Vancouver. And Sadhu Johnston will be presenting the city. He's a city manager of Vancouver. Before becoming a city manager in Vancouver, he was responsible for the climatic action plan in the Northern America, and this is a plan for Chicago. They are both northern cities with extremely low temperatures, and they do suffer from negative climate change consequences. My question to you: What are you doing in Vancouver right now? What are your main priorities in adaptation to climate change? And what can you do right now? Are there some possible plans for the future?
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, everybody, and great presentations so far. So I'd like to share with you the experience in Vancouver, and I'm going to share my screen here to make sure that you can see my images. So I hope you can see that. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that Vancouver is located on the traditional and ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, who were displaced during the process of colonialism and who we work with closely in our work to make Vancouver a resilient community. So this is, you can see we're right on the ocean. We're on the west coast of North America. And we are very, very attuned to the impacts that climate change will have on our community and that it's already having on our community. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about the work that we're doing on resiliency and tell you about our recent plan and how we're implementing it. So firstly, you heard during the presentation from Moscow about the work that we can do to reduce climate impacts, and that's what we call avoidable, avoid the unmanageable. And so we're doing a lot to reduce our carbon emissions and have a very, very aggressive plans to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and reduce carbon pollution.
Саду, извините, пожалуйста, мы не видим вашей презентации сейчас.
Sadhu, sorry, we cannot see your presentation right now. Could you do something? Now we can. Thank you.
Okay.
Да,
can you see it again?
Да, спасибо.
Now everything is fine. Thank you. Yes, we can see.
Okay, didn't change anything. On the right, you can see adaptation. So what we are doing to reduce the impact that climate change will have on our community. And of course, in the middle are the things that benefit both. And those are the best initiatives because you can reduce your climate emissions, but you can also become a more resilient city. And we need to recognize, as the Insurance Bureau of Canada has told us, that the cost of inaction is extremely high. So in Canada, we're recognizing that $1 spent to prepare for climate change can save about $5 on average. So these investments are very wise investments for the future of our cities, for the future of our species, as a matter of fact. So for Vancouver, one example, just to put it into context here, we used to have the best air quality in the world. We're right on the ocean. We're very efficient as a community generally. But with climate change, you can see the forest fires in the areas around Vancouver are having a huge impact on our air quality. So you can see it just started to go up in the last decade. And over the last several summers, we've had very, very poor air quality because of all of these fires outside of Vancouver. And some of them are many, many miles away that we can't have an impact on putting them out. We're dealing with them, but the forests are burning and that's impacting our air quality. And when those changes happen in our community, they disproportionately impact people and groups and particular neighborhoods. Largely, it's the disadvantaged neighborhoods. But it's impacting all neighborhoods, but differently in different neighborhoods, depending on the amount of trees that they might have and the other environmental conditions in those particular communities. So it's not the same across our city. So in 2012, we adopted our adaptation strategy, and that mapped out hundreds of initiatives that we would undertake to be more prepared as a community. And in 2018, we updated that action plan. As you can see on the pillars of some of our bridges, we're indicating what the sea level rise will look like in our own city to educate our residents about that. So I'd like to tell you about our 2018 plan. In terms of the hazards that we're planning for, poor air quality, I told you a moment ago, we were seeing that go up. Heat waves, more extreme heat in the summers. We're expecting increased coastal and urban flooding. And so we expect the sea level rise and extreme storms to impact the coast, but also then a lot of rain to come and impact the urban flooding as well. And then, of course, more extreme events. As a city manager, there's lots of emergencies we have all of the time. We're always adapting to various things, but this is one of those that we see coming and we need to be preparing for it. So our plan maps out our roadmap for doing that. The plan is made up of core actions. You can see the 6 core actions there, and you heard from our earlier speakers. Understanding the impact for your own community is critical. So number 1 is the projections, understanding what the projections are. And then number 2 is assessing the vulnerabilities and looking at the gaps. What are the things that we need to address in our own communities? And then develop action plans and think about the co-benefits. How can we improve the quality of life, the health, the reduction of carbon emissions? And then number 5 is implement it. And then 6 is to monitor how we're doing in those actions. And then of course, go about updating our plan like we did in 2018. So I want to give you a few examples in Vancouver of what this looks like. Our 5 main areas you can see there, the coastline, looking at our buildings, looking at our natural assets, as you heard earlier from Rachel, many cities are doing, and then looking at our communities and the health impact, and then natural systems. And I'll just give you a few examples in each of those areas. The natural systems in this case being, of course, the coastline. Now, green infrastructure, you heard about Copenhagen has been doing great work on, and Rachel talked about other cities. This is just one example. If we have to rebuild a street, let's rebuild the street to adapt to climate change. Let's not just build the same street we've always been building. So this is an example of one project. It's a very small one, 1.2 kilometers. And in the process, you can see on the left, we build a trench, and that trench ensures that the roots for the trees that will be planted can go all along the entire street, not just be in one little box. And then in the middle, you can see there that we build rainwater infiltration so that the root barriers have a place to be protected and the rainwater can filter in. And then on the right, you can see we put permeable pavers in so the water, when it rains, can filter into that root trench. And so that's one example of how one little street can have a long-term impact and ensure that those trees will survive, thereby keeping the city cooler. Our buildings, of course, need to be adapted as well. Energy efficiency, like you heard about in Moscow, is a very, very important step. We're also looking at the rooftops. How can our rooftops absorb the stormwater and help to cool the city? So green roofs are a very, very important part of the strategy. If you look around at the bird's eye view of any city, rooftops are very prevalent. So absorbing stormwater and keeping the city cool with green roofs is a very important opportunity for us. And of course, you can grow food up there as well, and you can create natural habitat. And as you're rebuilding those streets, this is an example of a street that was originally just for cars. Now we have a bike lane there, we have a pedestrian path, and we have bioswales to absorb the stormwater, natural habitat to support wildlife. So each street that you rebuild, each neighborhood, you can integrate many of these strategies as you go. It doesn't need to all be additive. As you're doing your work, you can integrate some of these elements. So bioswales absorb the stormwater, create natural habitat. They also filter the rainwater, the runoff from the streets before it goes into the ocean. Now we're engaging our residents in this work as well. This is a citizen heat mapping process. The hottest day of the year, we give residents heat detecting equipment and they ride around the city and we can track and monitor heat across the entire city. So engaging our residents in this work is very, very important. They learn about it, they communicate with their neighbors. And this is an example of a sea level rise challenge. Again, we're engaging our residents so that they can help us to do our work, but also to learn about it. And so this is educating our residents about the work that is happening with False Creek, or the very important waterway in our community. So you can see there, someone born today will experience 1 meter of sea level rise by the time they're 80 years old. This is a very fundamental change to our city. We have about $25 billion worth of real estate assets right on the coastline. So we need to be ensuring that we're protecting that infrastructure. Now, as I close out here, I've highlighted a number of the different areas, but what I'd like to say is that the layering of those together, thinking about the city holistically, taking an equity lens to understand how particularly low-income people are impacted, more vulnerable people are impacted, but thinking about this from a multi-hazard approach. how do these things layer together? How does one thing impact so many other things? How do we understand urban heat island effect? So the hottest parts of the city with those that are most vulnerable with where we plant trees. And in this map, you can see the areas with the trees are the coolest, the areas without the trees are the hottest. And those also happen to be the areas where we have the most low income people. So understanding and mapping all of these layers is very important, not just looking at one thing at a time. So this work in our cities is absolutely critical. We are members of C40, as I mentioned. If you don't know about it, look it up. There's incredible resources. We get to work with our peers across the world in making our cities even better. So thank you so much. And I really want to thank the Moscow Urban Forum for hosting this very important conversation. I hope you keep up the good work in Moscow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadhu. Thank you very much for this holistic picture, as you mentioned it, of both challenges and future risks which Vancouver expects, and specific solutions which are being underway or planned to be implemented. And climate change problem is a systematic problem. Climate change is not about temperature only. It's about the precipitation level, changes of life and activity of ecosystems, and many other changes which have very small steps, but they very steadily integrate with our cities. And the solutions should be also comprehensive and overwhelming. I'd like to pass the floor now to Gerhard Schmidt. Gerhard, you are working both in Europe and Southeast Asia. It's clear that risks and the challenges which you face due to climate changes are different. But how different are the solutions? What could you share from your experience about this?
Gerhard, вы слышите нас?
Gerhard, can you hear us? Gerhard, can you hear us? We can see your presentation. That's fine. Very good.
Мы пока вас не слышим.
But unfortunately, we can't hear you.
Is it okay now?
Да, я сейчас слышу ваш голос.
Yes, we can hear your voice now.
Thank you. I'm talking to you from the machine room, so to say, because we are in Singapore and trying to build what we call a digital urban climate twin, because we found out that every city has its own DNA. And this is very important to remember. Every city is so different, even in the same country, and they react differently to different shocks. We have a big program on what is called future resilient systems, and there we study the behavior of resilient systems and what they do. And now in the COVID situation, of course, we have this big shock that happened, and depending on how smart and how responsive the cities are, they will come out better from this shock or worse than before. Some might even collapse. The same is true for earthquakes and other shocks. You can see here the program that we run in Singapore is very large. It's on future cities that's going since 2010. Then it's this big program on future resilient systems, then on digital health, on cooling Singapore and natural capital Singapore. So they're all focused on the urban questions and to make cities and urban systems more resilient. We try to approach that from the scientific side, but also from the design side. So we make postulates, what we want to have or where we want to be in Singapore. We want to have high outdoor thermal comfort, clean air, clean industry, and less noise and renewable energy and circular economy. All these things do not exist to the degree that we need them to have in the future now. And then we study the scientific means how to do that. Singapore is no better off than any other city in the world. You can see the global heat increase, of course, from left to right, and you can see Switzerland, and you can also see Singapore. Here we can see the temperature rising in Singapore. The average temperature we think in 2200 will be around 31, 32 degrees. It's already more than 28 degrees now. So everything that comes on top of it is very bad. In the past, let's say 100 years ago, we had these beautiful villas being built, but then the temperature was 3-4 degrees cooler, and you could absorb the heat and mitigate and adapt to the heat with architecture. Now architecture is doing almost the opposite, because they're building these large buildings, very dense, very high. But you can see on the high-rises, like everywhere in the world, you have these individual cooling stations. These cooling stations produce hot air by sucking hot air out of the apartment, ejecting it to the outside. So at the top of these buildings, you have air temperatures of up to 60, 70 degrees, which is very insufficient and very bad for the environment altogether. That causes, of course, is one of the causes of the urban heat island effect from the rural to the urban with the peak, and that peak can be up to 7 degrees in Singapore. With the Cooling Singapore initiative, we're trying to integrate and have a holistic approach to address this urban heat challenge. It's not only for Singapore, but for other cities around the world to increase their resilience. And we want to develop this particular program to be exportable to everybody and to use it. It's open source, of course. Every city has its own DNA, as I said in the beginning. You can see that from the Sankey diagram of every city. Here in Singapore, for example, it's almost entirely fossil-based. On the left, the input, on the right, where it's used, you can see a very big part of it is used in industry, transport, and buildings, relatively little. This is completely different than in Switzerland, for example. In Singapore, we managed to make a 300 by 300 meter grid. So Singapore is quite small, 700 square kilometers. And on this grid, then we can insert the different heat sources. Here, the transportation at a certain time of the day, which can add to 1 and 2 degrees of the total heat in the city in these areas. And more important, we do hour-by-hour simulations. Here you can see the urban heat island development during the day. This is 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. You see the watch on the left. Now at 6 o'clock, the cars are driving to work, and you can see incredible heat ejection they have into the city. Then at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, some sea breezes are coming from the south, and it's get a bit cooler, but then 2, 3, 4 o'clock already it's heating up again. And of course, then the cars are driving home again at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. And then the really ugly effect of the urban heat island starts to work, because the heat is rejected from the buildings, re-radiating into the cities, and exactly where people are living, it gets very uncomfortably hot. This is where they really are suffering. The same is true for other cities with this heat island effect. That makes us make different vulnerability maps for the city, of course, where to live, where not to live, where to run, where not to run. And with this digital urban climate twin, we are now able to simulate almost any scenario for district cooling, for solar panels, for electric vehicles, and compare that directly to the measured temperatures and conditions that we have in reality. This urban climate twin is very interactive. We want to make it in a big interactive system, technically quite complex, but as I said, all open source, integrated some commercial programs. Most of them, however, are open source. In the end, we want to give to every city like a big thermometer, and then the city government, the city citizens can turn this thermometer, but they must know what happens and what they have to do. They have to consider not only materials and surfaces, they have to use energy systems, different ones. They have to consider vegetation, shading, transport, urban geometry, water features. And then they can see, of course, the impact on the environment, the economy, the health, and the costs of the whole system. And this we want to export everywhere. The most important part of it is, however, the citizens. So we call this citizen design science with the citizens. They have done that over hundreds of years. Here, the example from Florence. We want that in use in the new developments, like in Singapore and other cities as well. We give them digital tools with which they can design the city and calculate also get the feedback how the city will perform in terms of heat island effect. And we can see that the citizens using these tools are doing an incredible job and are very, very sensitive and very, very good observers of the real situation. So rather than top down, we let people work from inside out. The same we will do also in Zurich. We have already started. So it will be a worldwide digital urban climate twin that we want to share with all cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gerhard. Thank you for your examples from Singapore and from Zurich. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Jan Gale, architect, founder of Gale Architects. Gale, could you tell us, please, what solutions architects and developers use in the world to adapt to climate change and to reinforce the resilience of the cities?
Does it work?
Да, мы видим вашу презентацию, все в порядке.
Yes, it works. Thank you.
I'm very impressed by hearing all these very interesting stories from various parts of the world. I think that there is in every city great work being done by specialists in climate adaptation and foreseeing the climate, and I'm very impressed. I'm not one of those. I'm almost just a citizen who have made some observations, and I will share these observations. I told earlier on today in this urban forum about the city of Copenhagen, city of 1.5 million people, which have done a lot to change the traffic place into a people place. They worked it in for 58 years. I showed these maps that in 1962 there was just one street without traffic or one street for people. Now it's very dominant in the city center, all these spaces which are laid out for people or organized so that people and traffic can interact. If you think that this is the same story, they've just gone on and on for 80 years or 50, 60 years, you'll realize that there are a number of phases in this, and I'll just go rapidly through these phases. The first 20 years from 60 to 80 last century was really to promote walking and promenading, to make sure that in the city you could walk without being hindered and without being run over or harassed by the traffic. So they made the pedestrian streets, widening the sidewalks, whatever. But then came the next period, which was phase 2, where between 1980 and 2000, really we started to take an interest in you should not walk all the time. People would like to sit down, to relax, to enjoy. We would also like to have culture to enter the public spaces. It was also the time when people have a bit more money so they can afford to go on restaurants. We have this period as a period of the cappuccino culture coming in. It came all over Europe, all over the world actually, and it came also with the tourism. Tourists doesn't walk all the time; they sit down. So sitting was the next phase. The third phase has been after year 2000. More and more concern about the sitting syndrome, that people are sitting too much and they are not getting enough exercise, and they die out of sitting or sitting syndrome. And the doctors say we shall move more and we shall have more fun. So you walk more, you should bicycle more, but also you could exercise more and have more fun. You could swim in the harbor, you could roller skate in the parks, you could bike on red bicycle lanes. All this we've seen as a third wave, but now we are into the fourth wave of public spaces. That is the climate adaptation. And I think that what they are doing in Copenhagen at the moment, I find it quite, as a citizen, I find it interesting, because what they're doing, they are combining two things. They are adapting areas to climate, to extreme climate, but also at the same time, they're improving the neighborhoods enormously much. So the main principle here is, which I think is important, always use your money 2 times or more. Don't go for climate adaptation only, go for more things, because you can improve the city vastly by using climate money for this. We have in Copenhagen seen more and more rainfall, cloudbursts, suddenly enormous much rain in the streets and running into the basements, very expensive. And then they, of course, have started this program. They have a number of climate districts where they figure out where the natural runoff will be. And then they start to form the whole district as one big sponge, so that when the rain comes down, the rain will be absorbed and lead into the public spaces and the streets. And what they do, all the planting they can do, so that there will be as much absorbing as possible. They make green roofs, and then on the squares, they make wetlands. And that means that when there is a big cloudburst, all the water will assemble here, and this green area will become a wet area, will become a lake. And but the trick is, when it's not wet and when it's not full of water, it's a fantastic recreational landscape for the whole area. So the area gets generally cooler, the climate in the area, the air gets cleaner by all the planting, and the water doesn't run into the ocean, it runs into these special reservoirs where it can be transferred into the groundwater and be turned into drinking water. It's absolutely waste to take rainwater directly into the ocean, because we need the water for a number of other things. So this principle of using the money 2 times, both for recreation and having some fun, and also for absorbing the extra rain, is used in these areas. And I think that's a great idea, because in this way you can improve the city considerably, and in the same time you can also prepare for some situations which could give you quite many disastrous hours. So the main principle here is use your money 2 times or more. In this case, they use them for climate adaptation, for greening the city, and for creating more place for recreation and for playgrounds. There's something here for everyone. And never forget that wet children are happy children. And in these climate districts, there will be more wet children than in the rest of Copenhagen. I end here, but I have a little special bonus slide I brought here with a greeting to Anton Kulbachevsky.
Спасибо. Спасибо большое, Ян Гейл. Спасибо за ваше выступление.
Jan Gil, thank you very much. We do know that you are a great expert, and you always promote the idea of cycling, but now you expanded the list of solutions which could help us with adaptation. We were planning the discussion, but unfortunately, due to our limit constraints, we won't be able to have a talk, we won't be able to have the discussion. That's why I'll just thank everyone who was talking to us today. Thank you for your time, for your expertise, for your knowledge. I am absolutely sure that we learned a lot of things. We know how cities can invest into cities, making them more resilient. We were thinking about new risks which will be there. We will know about some global consequences, about possible adaptation and mitigation programs. We know which technological solutions help us to make our cities healthier and more sustainable, more flexible in front of future changes. This year has demonstrated that our life can change very quickly. Our habits can change rapidly. This is valuable experience. Let's hope that this experience that we had in 2020, we can take with us into the future, thinking about climate risks. We can think about some steps for the future. It was great to see that such cities as Singapore, Vancouver, Moscow, Zurich, Copenhagen are implementing these programs for adaptation to the climate and making cities more resilient. Let's continue working together. Let's continue sharing our experience in the future. Thank you very much, dear friends. I hope to see you soon again. Have a good evening.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Dear friends, our online conference, which is titled City for Everyone, Health Sustainability, continues to work. We are in the Sustainable City track, and today we're going to have a section by the keynote speaker, Vancouverism from New Urbanism to Sustainable City. Larry Bisley is the former co-director of city planning in Vancouvering. He is a co-author of 2 books and author of a book, Vancouverism. What is Vancouverism? Why do we have this new term on the basis of the name of the city? What are the achievements of the city in sustainable development? You can mention what were you doing in Vancouver and what are you dreaming about in the future?
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join you, at least virtually, for this year's Moscow Urban Forum, to really offer my city of Vancouver in Canada as one interesting example of a pervasive reinvention toward becoming a sustainable city. Now, you've already heard a bit about Vancouver during the conference, but now I want to give you the whole picture, both the achievements and the shortfalls. You know, I'm a good person to tell the story, as you've already heard, because I was at the center of the action for many years, leading much of the change as the city's chief planner. And I've also worked in Moscow, so I understand the issues that you're facing in your community as well. Now, I want to take a moment and pull up the PowerPoint. If you'll just, we'll hesitate just for a moment here. There we go. As you see, I call this presentation From Past Malaise to a Sustainable Future. So today, I want to describe what my city used to be like, what our change agenda has included, what problems that we're still tackling, and a little bit about our processes. And as a preamble, I want to start by really sketching what you might call our urban vision. Now, I've written about all of this, as you've heard already, in 2 books. Here they are. And I offer them really as a good reference if you want to go a little deeper into these topics. Well, where did this all start? Right up through the mid-1980s, Vancouver was a very typical North American city, but then it started to experience deep problems, difficult problems. From the 1880s on, our economy had been resource-based, lumber, mining, fishing, but that was starting to globalize, and that really gutted our traditional economic engine. So by the 1980s, with over 2 million people in our region, we were in quite a deep malaise. Like other North American cities, a flight to the suburbs had begun. It was hitting our downtown quite hard. Our older neighborhoods were starting to collapse. And the new neighborhoods, as they came on, were very auto-oriented, car-centric, and gulping of energy and resources. While the word was not yet fashionable, the fact is that our city was profoundly unsustainable, and actually it wasn't very exciting or memorable either. Now, fortunately, we had a few things going for us, our magnificent natural setting, mountains and water. In the early 1970s, we were the only city in North America to say absolutely no to freeways. We also happened to be a place of mostly new immigrants with fresh ideas. So there weren't many of those social barriers that other cities have. And in 1986, we came to the attention of the world by hosting Expo 86. We decided to go for the new economy. We decided, frankly, that we had to live off our wits and our good looks. And to do that, we had to reimagine our city from the beginning, which really set off everything that was to follow. And from this low point, we started to invent a new dream. It's now called in many places Vancouverism. So what is this dream all about? Well, honestly, our first interest was a really obvious one. It was simply to regenerate urban livability, building a contemporary appeal, attraction, a new economic draw. And then later, as sustainability became more understood, this increasingly diversified the agenda, adding environmental and social responsibility. And then more recently, and I think urgently highlighted over the past year, resilience was included, addressing survival against the unexpected and finding opportunity in adversity. So parallel with thinking that was starting to come together all over the world, these three prime themes ultimately coalesced into what we now refer to as our smart growth formula for the kind of city that we really wanted to become. Here is that formula just summarized. It covers both the structure and the infrastructure of cities. From a structural point of view, it's about the form of our cities' new housing forms. It is about the mix, a very intensive mix. It is about green construction, the fabric of the city, and it is about the character of the places in the city. From an infrastructure point of view, it is about the circulation within our cities in different ways, the community and cultural facilities and services, and of course, how we handle utilities in a passive context. Well, the hard work that was driven by this framework has shaped a transformation of really epic proportions in Vancouver, especially in our inner city. We call the whole thing our living first strategy, because we believe really firmly that with new people coming in, we would then get all the rest we needed to make a very lively city. And that's been working out for us. We moved from about 40,000 people living downtown in the early 1980s to over 120,000 people today, with even more on the way. And then we started to be acknowledged in the world's ratings as a very livable city. So let me summarize the basic features of Vancouverism, what this is really all about. First, we arranged new development into identifiable and functional neighborhood units, a real local focus, with the right array of amenities, a very nice retail base, and with lots of local character. Here are the typical neighborhood amenities that we have as absolute requirements. And here is the general scale and the commercial retail infrastructure that we also target. And in recent years, you will all know, this has become known as the idea of the 15-minute neighborhood. We also then made parks and open space a vital presence, adding over 30 hectares of new parks in our core city, including dedicating the entire water's edge for the public. And then we diversified open space, not just parks, but also lovely gardens and private courtyards and green roofs everywhere. And this respite of parks really allows density to be more tolerable. And of course, we all know that a good parks network supports natural ecologies as well. We felt that a genuine social diversity was essential, so we set special housing targets and housing guidelines for the less advantaged and for families. And I think the story of families in our city is particularly exciting. We have well surpassed our initial target of 25% of multiple housing to be suitable for families with children, probably the best performance in North America. You know, in Vancouver now, kids are everywhere, and I think we all know that that makes the city much more civilized. Housing was also secured for low-income people to the tune of 20% of all households, reflecting a regional average. And then by mixing everything up, we were able to get homes and workplaces and key service destinations much closer together. And then with this simple advantage of proximity, we could pursue a very different transportation agenda, much less dependent on the car. We did a big push with the senior governments to invest in transit expansion, and from buses, we added ferries, we also added rapid transit, and then we reinforced that locally with massive investments in cycling and also in walking. And then we coupled that with very aggressive traffic calming. We did cutbacks on parking requirements. We added a car share system. We narrowed our newer streets as we designed them. We reclaimed auto infrastructure wherever we could for other purposes, and we started limiting auto access into the inner city. Now, this was not an anti-car strategy, but we did want a much better modal balance and a lot less auto impacts. And the inner city results are quite heartening, a significant drop in car ownership and use, less cars commuting in and out, and now almost 70% of trips in the core are done by non-motorized modes. Of course, that's mostly people walking. Now, inherent in this strategy has been an unashamed desire for more density, more scale, mixed use, coupled with a very careful attention to domesticity and to neighborliness. So we put a lot of attention to specific urban design. Vancouver's inner city form is no accident. Building massing and open space are shaped across whole areas in coherent plans with public views protected, with careful management of sun and shadows, with lavish street tree planting, and with lots of public art. We invented a new tower and podium building typology with townhouses at the sidewalk, with very thin tower profiles, wide separations of our towers, and then a scaling down, a moderation of scale to the sidewalk. And then we added a lovely mid-rise tower option, building option as well. And the whole idea has been to convert people's previously negative attitudes about dense living. People helped us understand that density really must be tamed and that quality must be assured if you wanted people to buy in. Because in the end, it's all about consumer choices. Everything is really driven by the shaping of consumer preferences. And finally, as you've already heard from the current city manager, Sadhu Johnson, we have increasingly been drawing on the green requirements for a much more organic sustainability. Vancouver now has a comprehensive green initiative targeted to 2050. I'm not going to go into the details because Sadhu has already done that, but this includes pushing the boundaries on our progressive urban patterns for buildings and transportation, but it also includes adding now higher targets for alternative energy, for water conservation, waste management, green construction, and even urban agriculture. And again, we've started to see results as you see our placement in the rankings here. And our Athletes Village for the 2010 Olympic Games has really become a North American green exemplar. Well, as you might imagine, there have definitely been some surprises. There have been some spin-off problems that we might not have expected along the way. To begin with, this was a very urban story, not yet really spread out to the suburbs. So the community and transportation benefits are not yet totally pervasive. That's going to be the real mission of the next generation. But the biggest challenges really had to do with the social side. So I want to really offer these as a warning. The first thing is that all that frenzied new development has had the effect to destabilize our most marginal community nearby, particularly hitting vulnerable people. So beware of land speculation and gentrification and ignoring the endemic social problems on the street, such as substance abuse and mental illness and poverty. Vancouver's continued stress on this leaves one very clear and simple message. An aggressive social development strategy is absolutely vital from the start. Second, the real estate spiral up has exacerbated affordability problems. Protecting housing security is now Vancouver's single greatest challenge that may actually jeopardize some of the other advances that we've made. Even with the low-income targets, we've not invested enough in social housing, so homelessness is still with us, and waiting lists for that social housing remain quite long. But now, middle-income pressures are also soaring, and they're proving even harder to solve. The Vancouver warning is that a coherent strategy for wide housing affordability also has to be built in right from the beginning. So those are some of the continuing challenge. Now, I don't have enough time to go very deeply into the ways and means of achieving Vancouverism, but let me close with just a few hints about this. In addition to being a very deliberately planned city, as you've already heard, our regulatory framework is highly discretionary, which means that we can easily entertain very innovative new ideas. It's also very, very transactional. We work together, we negotiate to find the best solutions. It uses incentives to reward good performance. It leverages enough wealth out of densification to really fund a huge program of civic amenities. Almost none of the transformation has hit the current taxpayer. Its other special features, particularly about process, are maybe best summarized by what we call an overarching ethic for how we managed our transformation. Here it is, in a nutshell. It is about public engagement, building partnerships, insisting on explicit design, tapping into the newest technologies, shaping everything through a lens of equity, and never sacrificing our identity for anything else that might be happening. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the story of Vancouverism, the makeover in just over 30 years of a previously quite forgettable post-war city into hopefully an unforgettable indicator of future urban possibilities. The advances have been amazing. The setbacks have been, yes, tough to face from time to time, but the overall change has been well worth the effort. We sit much more lightly in our natural setting, and we enjoy wide public support. And that's a very good thing towards real sustainability moving forward. I thank you very much. I think I'm going to bring myself back on screen now, and we'll have time for a discussion.
Thank you very much, Larry. Thanks a lot for your presentation and for your talk. Have you talked us about the transformations of Vancouver for the last decades? And thanks for what you told us about some problems and challenges. This is a very precious experience to know not only about successes, but also shortfalls and problems and challenges which have become even more relevant in the course of transformation. I have a few questions to you. And on top of that, we are, of course, happy to accept questions from our audience. And I hope I will be able to ask all your questions to you. We will have a very interesting discussions. Closer to the final part of your presentation, you mentioned that the most part of your transformation projects, which have been realized in Vancouver, were not put on the taxpayers' shoulders. So what was the funding? Where did you get the money then?
Well, what happens is as you intensify the city, the land becomes much more valuable. That is to say, you buy land which is either not developed or at a very low scale, and as you allow more development, that land becomes more valuable. So what we in the government did is that we took part of that value back to the public commonwealth, rather than leaving all of that just with the developer. The developer gets part of that profit, and the city gets part of that profit. And then the city uses all of that money to invest in the new social and community infrastructure that is needed. The developer likes this because they need that infrastructure too, because otherwise their consumers don't have all they need and the products are not so attractive. And then of course it works for the people because they get all the new amenities they need, but we don't ask those existing taxpayers to subsidize the new people coming in. It's a very, very intelligent formula to share the wealth. There is great wealth that comes into a city as a part of its intensification and its diversification. In most places, all of that wealth goes to just a few developers. Sometimes it's hundreds and hundreds of % of increase in land value. What we do is we take a piece of that wealth. We say development is really a privilege. It's not just a right. And part of that privilege is a responsibility to invest in the community infrastructure. Otherwise, our citizens would vote us out of office and we would have never seen any of this change that I've talked about.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting model. Yes, I agree. My next question is related directly to your answer, and this is the following. So how did you manage in this case to build the balance? On one hand, developers, of course, have some interests to build very closely, densely, very high, without leaving so much space, maybe for some public functions. But you mentioned even such factors like the view, beautiful view to the mountains, to the sky, to the ocean, whatever. How did you manage to persuade developers to play by those rules, and on the other hand, to keep the balance between the density of view, quality of life, comfort, and efficient use of resources? Have you thought about it?
Oh, yes, we thought a lot about it. The trouble is, in most cities, change just happens by accident. And so a developer looks at a development and says, okay, I want to do the maximum amount I can do. That's fine. In our city, we said no. We have a framework, a concept for our city. If you want to develop here, and we knew there was a lot of pent-up demand, so they did want to develop here, then we said you have to participate in the investment in the community infrastructure as well. Secondly, we said if we work together, we can deliver a much better city, which means that it will be supported by citizens, so the developer would not be the enemy, as they often are in cities, and people would be able to get the kind of amenities they needed, which would make the product of those developers more appealing. So it would be of higher value. So what we did is that, unlike many planners in North America, instead of trying to push density down, we wanted to let the developer get as much as they could. But then we said, in order to make that viable and livable, you have to add all the amenities you could think of. So we would sit in the room at City Hall and we would say, what else is needed to make a great, livable, lovely city that would meet and fulfill our citizens, that our citizens could actually fall in love with? And that also increased demand. That made more demand, which a developer cannot work, as you know, unless there is good demand. So we helped the developer build demand, and the developer invested and helped us build a lovely city. And it was a very nice quid pro quo that works to this very day.
Thank you very much for your explanation, how the scheme worked, how you tried to find the balance and work with all stakeholders, with all the parties. My next question comes from your statement, which you've also mentioned in your lecture. So you tried not to set too many limitations, not serious bans on cars, but just softer work with car owners sometimes. But of course, obviously, still you had to impose some limitations and bans. how you manage to persuade, to convince people of that those bans are really needed, and what reactions, what feedback did you get?
Well, the most fundamental thing that we did was we never started from our idea. We always went to the people first. We had very intensive public engagement. Public engagement goes on here. Tens of thousands of people are involved every day. I'm on our transit board here in Vancouver, and we are looking at new ideas in transportation. We've already talked to over 100,000 people. So the ideas that we bring forward are not seen as, top-down requirements. They're seen as what the community wants. And when people know that, they will start to think about that side of things and be, I would say, more cooperative. Then we also did not do dramatic change at any one time. We very slowly and organically and carefully insinuated the new ideas. We did pilot projects. We did tests. We would do one area. Our bicycle system, for example, which 15 years ago there was no bicycle system. Slowly, we've insinuated it carefully and gently, working with local people into the neighborhood. So now it's becoming a great system, and people get used to it. It takes time for people to come to grips and get used to things and begin to realize the great benefits that they offer. And so slowly it changes. Now, we're not there yet. We still have almost half of the trips, well, over half of the trips in our bigger region that are done by the car. But that is slowly changing. We're putting in a very hefty infrastructure of rapid transit. People like it. They move to it. It's cheaper. We've added a lot of the active mobilities, and we've started to bring things together. So it's just natural that you would move from mobility in the car to walking and cycling and other rolling devices, as they say. So it's a way of working with people. The community is not something we invent at City Hall. The community is invented by the community, with the community, over many, many years of creative thinking.
Thank you very much, Larry, for your answer. What do you think? This transformation experience in Vancouver, has it already become a role model for other cities of North America or other cities in the world? What do you think?
I have two answers. One answer is yes, I think it has been. That concept has now been gelled into something called Vancouverism. I go around the world working with cities to try to insinuate some of these ideas. But having said that, every city has to be unique. It has to be done its own way. It has to be done within its own culture, has to have its own traditions and history. The worst thing that could happen is that Vancouver gets exported to the Middle East or some other part of the world. The principles do, I think, stay the same, but the way that they are operationalized, acted out, designed, built, has to be different. We have to differentiate our cities. We have to give our cities more identity if we want them to be fulfilling for our citizens, and if we want them to be grounded in the traditions that people, from which people generate their love, their affection, and their investment in the city. So yes, I hope it's a model. I do. I hope we can offer it as an idea to the world, but no, we don't want to export it. We want to stay the way we are. We want people to use the same principles, but maybe do something better somewhere else in the world.
Thank you very much, Larry. I believe this is a very important thought that I wanted to repeat, that you are not willing to pack Vancouverism and sell it in all other cities of the world or repack it somehow under your Vancouverism. You just demonstrate what you managed, what you failed, and tell other cities that they should look at their resources, their challenges and limitations, and try do something on their own. I really like this approach. Thank you very much. And my final question, the question which we received from the audience, is the following. Could you please cite specific examples how changes of city design or city planning changes would bring new practices of sustainable behavior of people, of citizens? How can we plan something differently and in this way attract and get different reactions, day-to-day habits of people, what they still do or stop doing?
I really like this question because our practice of urbanism in Vancouver really had a breakthrough when we realized that we had to understand people not as citizens voting on things, but as consumers making purchases and selections and choices all the time. And so what we do is that we tap into those consumers and we say to ourselves, what would we have to do to make the right sustainable choice also the very spontaneous preferred choice of a consumer who knows nothing about planning, nothing about any of these principles, but only is living his or her life on a day-to-day basis. So take the issue of densification. You know, most people in North America hate really dense cities. They don't like the height, they don't like all that. But when you add all the amenities, the parks, the childcare, the community facilities, when you include families with children, when you include all different incomes together, when the experience becomes exciting and interesting, well, then it works for the average consumer. They want it, they want more of it, and it is also a much more sustainable way of doing things. Take the issue of active mobility. We know the very best solution to our problems of congestion and pollution would be that most people make most of their trips by walking. We know that. Well, our cities are not designed for that. They're designed in ways that people have to get in cars, they have to get on transit to move around. So by redesigning our cities to be much more sustainable, well, it's just a natural thing that you walk. You don't have to know it's a sustainable thing. You don't have to know it's a good thing. You just feel it's the right thing for you and your family. So every single dimension of sustainability has to be not only thought about from a scientific point of view of how it helps us to become responsible with our environment and with one another, but also it has to be thought about how can you make it appealing. I often say, how can you make it delicious? And when those two things come together, then spontaneously people will do the right thing, not because they have been told it's right, some government said to them, but because it is simply better, easier, more convenient for them. Every single thing can be dealt with in that way. Unfortunately, we've been so focused on the science of sustainability, we've forgotten about how to bring it to the public and make it appealing.
Спасибо большое, Larry.
Thank you very much, Larry. Many thanks for your presentation, for your answers to all of our questions and to questions from the audience. Of course, it was a very open and sincere and I believe very fair discussion when you told us about your successes and failures and specific transformation stories or a newborn of the city of Vancouver. And I have to admit, I've never been to Vancouver, but after your lecture, I really want to come to visit your city. When you told in the last question, it's delicious city, and we can really feel it from your talk, from your stories of its transformation. We very often speak a lot about theory, about sustainable development, resilience, low carbon development, but a practical talk about specific practices. Sometimes, for example, about your unique system of work and building up partnership with developers, which is really interesting. And of course, it can be very useful for other cities, probably in different forms, but the principle is really important. Or principle of listening to opinion of people, of feedback from local communities. What do they need? What is interesting for them? That's very interesting. And I also feel I liked very much your fact what is important to have the beautiful view to the city, to the mountains, to the ocean, to some other natural landscapes. Whatever dance we build of skyscrapers, people always like to have a good view, think about something great, and have some dreams. Thank you very much that you shared your dreams, you shared your visions, your reality, and you shared your practice. Many thanks for that, and have a nice day. We send you the sunniest greetings from evening Moscow to your morning in Vancouver. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, and I hope you will come to Vancouver. The more we're together, the more the world's a better place. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Спасибо.